Alright people, good evening to all of you here and there. Now let's see if this works. I may have to adjust my microphone just a bit, right? And see how that might do. If you excuse me for just a moment, we have additional equipment at our disposal. Finally, some might say, since we have indeed invested into a real professional webcam setup that should allow us to meet eye to eye, or is it see each other eye to eye, perhaps. Just a moment and I'll try to adjust things. Luckily we have time. After a few days off, we have nothing but time. Now let's see how this might work. One of these days, before too long, I'm going to document all these nice processes that we have set up here in our lab. For some reason, my at least to my ear, the mic has some echo or echoish sound to it. Perhaps it does no harm if we try to adjust that issue. So just a few extra seconds if you may. Or it could also be due to the quality. Let's try again and see if we have a chance to improve as we go. Well, that was better. At least to my amateur ear. But as always, please do let me know if there are issues with the microphones or anything of any sorts. And we can then try to improve. No, just an extra 3 seconds. All right. That'll do. At least for now. So good evening everyone. We are back to where we were. Only this time we have this, or do we have this overly bright There it is. small window to my reality, with perhaps some light balance or white balance issues to work with, but referring to the background lamp, but it's still a good good beginning for this streaming with video achievement that we are trying to reach by the end of our lives. So hi and welcome. After the last stream, I believe I may have mentioned earlier, but a Slazinator has followed us. Thanks for that, if you happen to be around now or in the future. And GA Orhangazi 59 also has showed us that they value our work and that they indeed do exist, which is a nice combination. And Strek 293 has also impressed us with their follow, so thanks to you all. And let's see if we are already functioning and still functioning. Could be. Indeed, that might be the case. And without further ado, we will try to find ourselves a game. Since you may have noticed, if you have been around for the last 15 minutes that this stream has been ongoing, that we have some things we are trying to improve on. From the get-go, things that we are trying to achieve is not to lose villagers and soldiers right away and for silly reasons. It would make sense to try to keep our army alive and to not only honor their lives and sacrifices that they are making joining our forces, but also with that try to give our opponent a reason to respect us and not to destroy us during the first minutes, as they so often are capable of doing. Now I still have coffee that's warm, so we are going to utilize that. And then Runestones, which is one of those maps I don't think I've played for real ever, so fingers crossed. Franks against Saracens. Here people might expect knights, scouts first of all from us. Saracens do get a few camel units to counter those. What else do they have? Good market, of course. Oh, that was that. Perhaps you can help with that, and yes. Only minor idle time has so far taken its toll on us. Now, yes, if we happen to stay alive for just long enough, our farms should be quite nice, due to the free technologies that we get from the mill, and also foraging is very suitable form of resource gathering for us. So now our main goal would be to try to stay alive for just long enough to utilize those benefits that our civilization gives to us. Perhaps some extra scouting would be nice too. But it's nice to notice that even a few days without the game is enough to empty one's head about the things that the game might be about. So I'm excited to see how this goes. Perhaps we can try to improve that a bit. Oh! Oopsie, we have been collecting some idle time during the lure that we focused so much on. Good for us, of course, to focus on anything. Always a pleasure. But those are the sort of things that one is that much less prone to do or to not do when playing a few more games. Every now and then. So let's see if the rest of the game goes according to a plan. Now Saracens have... Oh right, yes, houses could have been added a bit earlier, indeed. Perhaps another house just in case. No! Things will still go very well. You just have to believe. And the deer should be very easy to push, since the distances are short. So this is, if we have to... Oh no, we never got the boar. Well, but if we have to start with a new map ever, then I reckon that this is a very good new map, since this is still a very Arabia-like, having no water elements and no walls that we should try to focus on too much or anything of that sort. Well, that went better than we have sometimes managed. Alright, so what now? Few extra villagers, and then Saracens might surprise us with archers. Don't know for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised, so perhaps that's what we are trying to do here as well. Few extra... Oh, but we still had deer here. Oopsie. Well, I just got excited by the fact that we managed to lose very little. Some idle time, yes. Some HP that we didn't have to suffer, things like that, but nothing too terrible. No one was died during this early game, so that's one thing that we can all be very proud about. Let's just be sure that nothing terrible happens to us. Dun. Alright. One more. Because we need... Oh no. Well, happens. So this sheep died in vain. And if we are to lose this game, then of course all this resource gathering has also been more or less unnecessary. But now we just have to believe that all these sacrifices have been made for greater good. And that our opponent has done nothing of this type. Perhaps we could try to move to gold really sneakily. Some more woodcutters, yes, why not? Since we are going to need quite a few resources in the nearest future. Dun 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 dun. We even have plenty of resources for with which we could try to think of doing fast casualist approaches, for example. But due to the fact that we were a bit slow and we have been a little bit unbalanced with our eco, we have loads of resources that perhaps... Oh, there they were. I didn't notice a flag there, so perhaps we are not facing any rushes. Let's make a few archers and see what happens. A bit lackluster scouting perhaps on our part. And now might probably be a good time to add a few farms to... So 1 scout, no upgrades, and they see that we have archers, or they can... I'm pretty sure that they can presume that that's what we are trying to do here. We can expect a fast castle from them, it seems, and we are almost ready to click up. So let's proceed in the following fashion. Blacksmith house, yes, and a few farms, why not? And a few archers just in case. How dare them? Like, how? That's just how. That's a terrible thing to be doing. We could be friends, but no. And now we aren't even clicking up because we ran out of terribly important resources. Okay, so off we go with a few archers. Even there's this wall. You could try to see if they... oh, so they react to that. Dun, 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 dun. So now they should see our archer, and the archer could go that way. And dead. So their castle time should be way better than ours, of course. And what can we expect from that? So there's archery range, so they probably have skirmishers already. We have an idle villager. Now they know we are here. That is almost killed. There's a blacksmith, okay. And then perhaps we can create another spearman and move this one here. Let's see if they have any skirmishers. So there's at least this one idle villager that has been lingering at a given location for quite some time. Oh oh. Well, we are slow to react to that. That does no harm, basically. Of course, losing any units is a terrible thing to happen, but like it's still more or less. We don't care about losing. Oh no, but that's exactly that's what we are trying to improve with. So we do care, and we are very sad that we lost a few of our valuable units. So I'll take that back. Perhaps a few more archers just in case, and then a house. It's not like they would be trapped, but we can perhaps go to the front and see what's going on there with the little offensive that we have. Offensive capabilities, and then we need a plenty of farmers. So let's utilize these that we have. Let's see if the skirmishers are there. An additional house, okay. And there we go. Additional skirmishers, a very good idea. Very solid as always. We know this game throughoutly. I'm in love with the house there. It gives you this sense that we have very good ideas of how to proceed with the game. So a few units have died in the process, not being able to gather too much stone. Alright. There we have a few units as well. Alright, houses. And what then? More houses, presumably. Skirmishes, alright. But do they have upgrades for those? Yes, they do. Some upgrades. And what then? Some more stone would be nice. And then perhaps a few units of different sorts. Okay, so they would like to proceed. Oopsie. Okay, perhaps now it would be a suitable time to add some more units of power, if we have anything with which to hit them. So they got the town center up and running, and perhaps we could try to create a few extra units and a few extra extra houses would be nice. And are we still alive? Somewhat, but not very well. Not much alive. Let's see how their presence looks like at this stage. Because I think we could try to get rid of that. We build that and carry on with farming. That's the responsible thing to do. And the rest of you can think of doing a castle, perhaps. Let's see if we have means to pull that off. Maybe not. But at least their army is badly positioned to cover this. This could have been more aggressive, but this is what we are going to have to start with now. And then a few knights. Just why not? Let's see. More units would be nice. And what's going? Uh-oh. Well, this wasn't like the timing was a bit off, but we should still be able to finish this with some good thinking. Just run away. But this was more Doughty's castle than it needed to be. I could have waited for a second to get this. What's the correct word for that now? To get this knight support for us. But let's see if this is enough to prevent them from getting theirs up. How very exciting times we are living now. And here we go. But even if it doesn't go, even if it's not preventable, it's still quite a huge loss to their spirits. And finally they manage. Well played. No. Let's see if we have. Oh, no. Oof, so many things happening. Okay. Let's see what's going on there then. Well, we could have also aimed for the next age, but alright. Steve or Long Island played well, I'd say, but for once the aggressive castle produced results for us. Well, the timing was almost slightly off, I would say, since if I had just a few knights to support the castle building efforts, I would not have lost villagers, or I wouldn't have lost very many villagers, and would have been able to punish their castle building efforts that much more throughoutly. Largest army, 17 is a very good number, of course, at this stage of the game, but we were floating quite a few resources, so we could have tried to use those for to support our army and get more out of them, to enforce our push, basically. Let's quickly go through the game. We also have a chance now to see if there's a chance to bring this. Very nice picture of ours to the equation. Okay. So what happened here? Just trying to find out whether there was something, some idea that Steve of Long Island was committing to. Hopsi Paaveli. Ooh, now I noticed the camera. Indeed. It was very visibly hidden to the edge of the screen. Now, not so much, but I'm glad you noticed. Welcome to the chat as well. Now the layout of this map, this Runestones, seems quite Arabic. I don't know if there are a bit more like wallable forests or something of that sort. Seems a bit easier to defend than the Arabia, that at least those few maps that I've come to play and know this. And also the relics are positioned in this form of a 5 known from these dices, so you pretty much always know where the relics are. That's probably one of the reasons, or one of the ways this map differs from Arabia, for example. I don't know if there are some notable clear differences as well regarding the coal mines or their positioning or something, but I can see why Steve took the fast castle approach based on the map that they had. And there's probably some reason why people do these like close proximity walls. Because here I'm thinking that if you, well, you can still put the mining camp here and you are very much safe from archers. But still, and this wood line is dense enough or deep enough that the archers, at least in the beginning, can't reach your woodcutters. So perhaps it's just a time, a question of time. You know, there was this hole, but they later on realized that it existed and filled that with blacksmith. Well, here I'm thinking that just building wall here and here, if you are doing walls to begin with, would give you this fully secured wood line. But there's probably a reason why people don't do that, or walls here and here. Like perhaps it's a distance you need to defend if someone attacks this wall here. But all the way you have to travel to get here to enforce the walls or something, means that all you really actually want is to get this support or defensive structure to support you against scouts that you can expect French player or Franks in this question to utilize. And once the walls are in place, they can't touch you because the walls are preventing any melee close distance action, and they are not too scared about of the possibility of facing any archery play, even though they had scouted this, if I understood correctly. Yes, and they knew they were, at least at some point there were archers inside, and that's when the scout decided to stay put. And the first group just barely manages to squeeze without being noticed. And then I sent the latter group to take the shortcut, and that's his. And thus did he perish. But we got lucky in that, because he might have thought that we only had one archer, and there were more coming later on. Now we didn't hit anything. If we had walked in from here, we could have killed a few archers right away, few villagers right away with our archers. But we didn't. So we gave away our existence, or the fact that we existed, yes, without getting anything in return. But such is life. Sometimes. And here we lose a few archers that we couldn't have saved, no matter how well we played. Worker efficiency, little under 60% for our opponent, a little under 70% for us. Idle TC time 2 and 3 minutes. So might have been the start, or just the first game of the day tendencies. But Steve also had a few moments of patient thinking about the next actions, and could also be like this villager that enforced this wall. We could have probably utilized our scout even better, especially once the skirmishers were out here, but I felt it was a really nice and annoying idea to try to get through these house walls here, and that's the reason this one villager had very little else to do during the game. So perhaps time well spent, even if a few archers might have died because of that. Now this was a better encounter, but we could have walked closer to the stone mine before we started, or gave away our presence, lest they would not have noticed. But now they have 388 stone, and this prevented them from getting the castle earlier, because I think they would have very happily built a castle right after reaching Castle Age, for example, just to secure this base. I don't know what the long-term goal might have been. Just play this out, try to boom. They have plenty of farms already. Spearmen that they weren't able to utilize since we didn't create scouts. Probably might have also forgot about its existence, because at one point I was trying to keep an eye on this scout cavalry's whereabouts, just in case they walked their spearmen around the forest to hit it, but that never happened. And here we could try to utilize our scouts, but instead we are running away, and then they are returning promptly. So this is a prime example showing our skills of not losing every unit all the time. On the other hand, here we probably do lose this in just a few seconds once the town center finishes, and there we go. But little did they know that we already had our next wave incoming. A villager lead 15-17 at the moment. For us, eco kills 7-0. So still quite small numbers. But of course, when you only have few dozen villages, everyone counts to a larger extent. Alright, 540, 600 stone. perhaps thanks to this archer they were able to notice that there was this corner of the castle visible to them. But I'm still quite surprised that this went as well. This shows you how good skirmishers are. So far they have been able to kill one villager, and that was that. These are quite weak, of course, but if those were archers, 20 archers, that would have looked very different, and Steve would have had resources to do that. So I don't know why did they choose to create skirmishers, because if they had mix of half skirmishers, half archers, they would have very easily killed this army that I had and the villagers. So perhaps that was just a misplay, in a sense that it's very easy to get stuck with the unit that you think you are going to need in order to stay alive. Can't blame them too much, because I did create archers, cavalry archer as well, and that's what I showed. Eco kills deaths 42 to 1. So this castle, which didn't do too much, well, of course it pressurized this town center and forced my opponent's hand, but it cost them the game, basically, just to get that castle up. But it didn't end up being a doubt castle, so that was very good. Doubt castle meaning, as per this great gamer Doubt, who has played this game 25 years or so straight, with some pauses, a castle that you are in the end unable to finish, even though you may throw all your villagers to the task. So that was very close to not be finished, but then the last two villagers managed to hammer down the required hits, and there it was. Opening ceremony was ready to commence. Okay, but I don't know if there's much to take from this game, but at least we didn't fail to stay aggressive and still build the macro behind it, so that's some sort of improvement. So GG's. And is there something else? Kill death ratio, I could say finally for us, but the villager kills perhaps changed the equation a bit. Without those 40 or so villagers, that kill death ratio would have been closer to 1. And still, I think there were floating resources, so just utilizing archers, for example, to a greater extent would have made their defense that much more formidable, and would have presumably also given them a chance to counterattack, which didn't happen during the game. So perhaps they were trying to play like really long game, at least Imperial Age, and then start this roll. Remains to be seen if we happen to face Steve O's Long Island again. APM peak was most than ever before, 150. Don't expect that to stay, but average is more like the number we gotten used to. But also Steve did quite much during some of the peaks, so shows how little that perhaps shows or tells about the game. With the right GG, and off to the next one. So it's just a moment, and handle all the clicks necessary. Right. And is there anything we have missed besides the viewers and the game and the streaming experience? And oops, that was on stream spillage that I'm going to have to clean eventually. Which might happen right away. So this is the real action of the night. And this is also the reason why we have cameras. Alright, and Hopsy, if you happen to be listening, the neat magic behind this camera thing was to utilize an old, almost ancient old Android cell phone that I had and have had around for a few years at least, with some clever software magic. It was possible to connect that to act as a webcam, and here we are. Remains to be seen whether that works or crashes or burns or something, but hey ho, we only live once, and now I at least get to utilize it and get to miss it if it happens to burn, and burn everything with me with it as well. Yes. Alright, Black Forest. Another specialty regarding this map, Poles against Vikings, is that let's see, let's run, is that the no, this is what I'm gonna do. Alright, is that the map starts as revealed, so we can see what's going on right away with the map layout. And the idea behind that is now we have lakes that we could try to utilize, as the pro players do, at least in Rage Forest type of maps. So perhaps that's what we should do. But yeah, so the idea is that with the map revealed, you can, without scouting, find the this is closed. Find the passages between or through the forest, so we can right away tell that our opponent is probably around here. And the only way from their place to ours goes through that corridor, so we can then prepare our strategy accordingly. Now in the past there was this problem that can't be not, but we tried our best. One of the problems with this map was that PO misclick wait, it said Hopsy Papeli. Don't worry, I'll be watching and waiting and in the shadows. So 15 years ago or something, when I played Black Forest with friends, there was this usual strategy that revolved around using the fog of 4 and the so there are wolves that have been killed. So for some reason that makes me think that my opponent has Okay, so they're trying to wall me off, okay. Or wall themselves off. The end result is of course similar. So you can help with that. Oopsie. Okay, so we got a villager kill, but we are about to lose our scout. And we were housed, and there were very terrible, multiple terrible things happened simultaneously. But no worries, we are still alive. Our scout may not be, but most of us are. Oopsie. We were more or less supposed to help here, but well, who knew? The story continues after this announcement. Hopsi Paaveli, phone seems to work nicely there. View looks different than my webcams. That's possible. And one of the nice things that I noticed with this method was that you get to position the phone that much more freely than at least I could do. Well, isn't that a clever thing to do? Goodbye, horsey. So we get to think about the aesthetics, for example. Oh no, the boar is going well. It's still alright. And now we are going to try this docking thing. And alright. Few extra citizens to help with our cause. And let's see what happens then. But yeah, so in the past, playing Black Forest very often ended up in a fashion that we don't really want to do that. Because we can have few fishing ships. Yes, it's a clever thing. And it was not too often very fun to lose the game because you didn't realize that there was some sort of forward base, for example, built behind your own town center. So for example, what Red might have done is create a barracks or stable or something, snuck a villager here without me noticing, and come castle age, when the walls are all set up and all that, they launch this surprise attack, and just like that we are dead. And that's more or less how the games went on and played out when I was that much more young. And that's why you have reveal. Let's not do it here as a standard play style here on Black Forest. Boom, boom. What are we actually trying to accomplish here? We can probably not do too many archer, at least surprise moves, because our opponent has probably walled this part of the map, but there are probably also very few reasons not to try. So let's add a house, very good, and then carry on with other buildings. And how much is this? 100. Okay. Now the standard way to approach this map is to do exactly how our opponent has played this so far. that is to create a defensive structure or a wall as far apart from your town center as you can and as quickly as possible, and then with help of that try to secure your chances to get the game to a later stage. But now this of course is closed, but we could probably try to hack our way through. Don't know if that's going to work. They might have noticed that already, but the possibility. But let's see. We can still show them a few archers just to give them a feeling that we are clueless, since this is very much about mind games more often than not, at least in my head, so it could just be in my head. Few extra villagers, why not? And let's see if there's a chance to get through this. Blacksmith is very important. And few more. How are we doing here? Dun, 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 dun. Now the idea is that our opponent expects that we will go through there, but actually we are going to cut through here and hope that they have not bored here and here and there, but are just eagerly and peacefully waiting for us to appear from the southern corridor. Let's see how it goes. If we are in luck, this might be enough to force them to create defensive structures and stone walls perhaps even, and that's exactly what's happening. And stone walls are preferable because that way they are investing the stone that they could otherwise be utilizing for town centers, for example. So that's a very nice thing. And perhaps you could try to help the villager in need, perhaps. Very good. Well, at least they have lost quite a few villagers, so already, so I don't know how this is going to play out for them. This is probably quite terrible way to play the game, some might think. Well, let's create a few farms instead. Few extra archers, of course, and now that we are here, we could try to create few structures of use. Let's see what happens. So the barracks is already. No, we don't need this actually. So they have something in the barracks, we don't know what, but let's see. Now this is where we can try to create this second point of attack. And we can also hope that they are not noticing that the way is open, or the path is open. Ooh, that's very clever. So unloading the unit here, and then okay. retreat a bit, and then you can, as soon as we get some more resources for that, should we create cavalry archers instead? Why not? Archers are cute and all, but okay, so now we are on a timer because they can really freely attack our base, but can we create enough wood out of thin air to secure an additional town center? Not necessarily. Well, let's create a few. This isn't too much of a problem necessarily. We still have enough villagers to fight this off. We might lose one or so, but that shouldn't be too much. Oh, please. Alright, and then there's this time to create an additional town center, few extra villages, and extra knight, why not? House, yes. Now this structure here is to make our opponent think that there is no way to get to our base from the top corner, but it remains to be seen if they fall for that, and that we are going to have to get later on. Let's have a look. See what they have. So they have something here, alright. They know this right away, so good for them. And then off we go. This is a bad time to reach a castle age. See? No. You go here and stay there. And you can be defensive perhaps. And stay here or there. A few extra knights. Okay, and there's this wave of soldiers slowly coming our way, but do we care about that? Not necessarily, no. We could try to create a demolition raft or two if they decide to stay there. But just like this, they should be in a bad position. Let's see, okay. They have already gone. Right, I could have paid attention to that. But we were too excited about the possibility to use the demolition raft to actually do that, so there's that. Oopsie, that farm isn't too good. Ooh, they have a knight of their own, okay. And what do they have here? Some knights, some villagers, alright. And what about here? Have we lost more villages? Not necessarily. Alright. We forgot to create units ourselves, but perhaps that's tolerable. Ooh, so there was a town center that they were building all the time, and we didn't know this. and now it took them a while to notice this happening. But I'd say our raids are perhaps a bit more devastating than theirs. Now I hope that I said it correctly. Ooh, finally. Perhaps we could try to save the citizens with some well-positioned units. After them! Destroying houses, that's very important. Some farms are here. Alright. GG. No thanks. Alright. Tricky game, at least for pirugitos. I think losing the pirugitos wants a rematch. Okay. So how do we do this? Return to map. Quit current game. How do you rematch? Now this is the beginner of me. If someone in the chat knows how to rematch, the only time I've done that has been with a button here, but I can't see a button here. Let me Google that then. How to rematch. AoE 2 ladder. Always something new to learn. Okay, well, there's something to learn about this game then. Sorry, I will try to learn how to accept that. There's really not. We not face each other. ASAP. Don't know if our opponent is still available to reach our very important messages, but I don't know how this is supposed to work. But since, or is there something now in the main menu, for example? If I find a match. No, at least not right. Okay. Well, and that is something that we are trying to learn soon-ish. But the quick replay. is in order due to the fact that that's what we are trying to do here, meaning learning things. I'm just curious to see whether they had a plan. So Vikings benefiting from their early economic bonuses, or those wheelbarrows that kick in as soon as they reach the next age. Usually, from what I've understood, bodes them well for the extended game. So what they did was utilize the scout to get rid of the wolves, and that's when I noticed at minute 4 that they are approaching. Now I don't know why the scout went all the way back home. Oh, to get extra cows. Okay, so that was just a bad timing on that part. So losing the villager was probably, and they've also lost a villager to a boar. So rough start for them. I can relate to that. Having been on that side of the Campbell or chance quite sometimes. Now luckily they lost their scout to the Towns and the Fire, giving me a free roam to build this nice little village all by ourselves. But this was still quite what's the correct word for that? It's not ambient, but it's still very looking for help, not getting any. Well, hopeful way to wall the map. A single palisade wall right next to my village. So that gives you early warning, of course. So, and if you have lost a few villagers in the beginning, then you probably don't want to waste too much idle time with the walling. So that makes sense. Just curious. Well, this looks perhaps more thick, especially if you're using these original forest trees. It seems like you can't penetrate this with just one, by cutting one tree. And now here's this fake attack, which we are very proud of. May have overdone that, but caused a reaction, and we are happy about that. Alright, it caused maybe a bit too excessive reaction, even sending these somewhat damaged villagers to try to wall this area. Perhaps because of this golden stone and yeah, these boars, so they were expecting to be able to keep us out, and in the end they were, but lost quite a few villagers in the process. Total death toll being 8, so 7 extra villagers died because we built a few archers to harass this palisade wall. So that perhaps that's one of the reasons why sometimes it is an advantage to try to play open, because then you don't commit to walling something that's pretty hard to wall. And now there's barracks, there's blacksmiths and archery range, and all these delays their uptime. Now they haven't been able to gather any of these boars as of yet. And it is only after this building is finished and our initial pressure is killed that they have a chance to try to make use of these boars with 2 villagers that are prone to die to them. So this was a very probably this game had things that might have frustrated some people. Let's put it that way. So now that this counter attack is able to idle some of our eco, that they have very little idle TC, or at least in comparison, just double my time in just 4 minutes. That looks still quite good given the action we have had, but worker efficiency for me is for some reason very terrible, and for our opponent they have really used the villagers that they have had. So quite good macro, even if this reaction was perhaps a bit too much, 2 archery ranges against a single one of mine that has been idle for quite some time. So they were expecting a push, not getting that, and then all of a sudden we attack from the upper parts of the map. And now the worker efficiency suddenly gets slightly worse. Even if eco kills are still... there was just 2 villagers, or 1 villager building this and other one was securing the area, keeping guard. So these knights could have scanned the area just a bit more to notice that. As well as these 2 could have tried to raid this gold mine here. So I was busy fighting the little rush that was at my base, so well done by pirugitos to pressurize us while being pressured themselves. But of course it's very difficult when you are forced to idle so much of your economy, and now they may be thinking that we don't have too much going for us, but they have witnessed the town centers. So no, okay, so the third one is still a surprise, and they have been able to kill 5 villagers now, and there's 1 or 2 more at least coming here, but it's still quite heavy loss that they have taken in comparison. We have double the villagers at this stage of the game. I could have sent a few knights that way as well. And, oh yeah, and the skirmishers eventually reached us, but it was a really tough climb. Would have been hard game for them to continue playing. So we were happy to find this shortcut and to notice that our opponent hadn't thought about that and was ill prepared to defend. And of course we learned a few things, like scouting, for example. What a surprise, we could do more of that to secure extra villager kills. Now that we have army that's sometimes even alive, we could then carry on by trying to keep them active and using them. Kill rate ratio, more of what we have gotten used to. Army height 13, yes, very good, very good. And what else? APM, of course, and Pirugitos perhaps was trying to play this in a casual Rage Forest manner, where you secure your defenses and then slowly start building your empire, and then at 1 hour's mark release the hordes, which we then denied, sadly. Some viewers probably would have enjoyed that quite a bit. I'm surprised that our worker efficiency was only 70%, but there was probably a very good reason for that. So that inspires us to carry on with learning. And what happens then? Let's see if third time is the charm. So as a summary, based on the 2 games so far, we have been quite lucky to get new maps that we have been victorious on, albeit our opponents have played it defensively. And there's this old saying that I read or something from somewhere, that but who was it? Well, could have been anyone. Could have been Binny Bong Baron, all I know. That at the lower elo levels, the player who is aggressive first usually wins the game. And Arabia we have. So it has suited our playstyle. Bohemians against Malay. Perhaps around here. Very good. So there's a boar. Bohemians. If we get the castle and these Hussite wagons, we are in a good position. At least that's how we won one game. But since we have been practicing these archer openings, not with necessarily with the right meta all the time, but still, that's probably a reasonable thing to do now as well. Malay. I will have to think for a while. And perhaps even cheat. Because they get the glass cannon soldiers from castle. Perhaps I'll even remember their name at some point. Oh no, how come? Okay, so there's the sheep number 1. Sheep number 2, welcome. We could try to create this lumber camp that was a secured one. Dun, 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 dun. Nice block there, very good, thank you very much. And no, well, very little went wrong there. It's minor details. Not much to be worried about. So let's use. How hard can it be? Okay. Well, everything can. No, we don't need loom. Thank you. Okay. That was close. And then we can utilize her skills. Now we're still lacking sheep. We are. Not anymore, right? And this is where any sort of routine would probably be good for us. No. So that we wouldn't lose that much. Oh, our opponent was around. So we wouldn't lose that much HP, for example. We wouldn't lose that much time. All would be great benefits for us. And here's the deer. Let's see if we can make anything happen. Few extra villagers. I'm not sure if this is enough to get us to the next stage. Fast enough, but we can try. And where is the sheep? There. Na 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 na. Are we getting close? Not yet. But soon. Okay, one more. And then we go. Alright, the deer, yes. We had so many things that we wanted to do that of course we couldn't manage to do them all. And now we are trying to be a bit greedy with with our approach, so that by passing the loom we might get a few seconds of extra time to utilize the archers if we ever get as far to have them. But now we don't know what to expect from our opponents since we haven't been scouting. There are multiple reasons for that. Of course, the greatness of our opponent is one of them, so Wannabe has made it difficult for us to scout. Of course. And then there are other reasons. Lack of unit control on our part is probably one of the key factors. Let's not waste that food as of yet. This we can do. And after that we can carry on with food cutting. Yes, excellent idea. So one deer is enough for us. It has to do no defensive structures at all, at least not in the beginning. Double bit axe, very good idea. And then off we go. And let's see what happens then. 1,000 more gold. Few extra farms, indeed. Right. So we have a town center. Malay probably also has these elephants. Right. So perhaps that's also something we could try to prepare ourselves for. Let's sing right away. Yes, we are doing great things here. Meanwhile, their scout has found us. So they have hot set of archers of their own. Alright. Trying to wall. We only have a few archers. And we have not done a great job. Spearman, oh no. The scout is still alive. Good for that. And then what can we do? Few extra villagers would be nice. Are we already losing something? Not necessarily. Alright, so what do they have here? An archer, yes. Too bad we can't hit a thing. Oops. By migrating too hard we lost our valuable unit, of course, and also gave our opponents a chance to regroup. Lost scout of all units. More units on the way, very good. So isn't this a fun game now? Exactly what this is supposed to be. Monday night play arounds. Alright, some more archers, very good idea. More villagers, why not? Few farms. Starting from now. Then we should be able to kill them. Ooh, but we are missing an armor that they have. So they have invested that much more in comparison to our to what we have done so far. Alt clicking. So a few extra buildings just to secure things for our benefits. No, so they have 2 archer ranges now that they are probably trying to utilize. And we have a few archers alive. Run! Now this might be a nice moment to switch to cavalry in general, but what we want to do of course is to get to the next age, and in that we could try to utilize the market if need be, because now they are building the mass that we can't necessarily fight against. We will try to harass them here behind the wood line. Hello, how do you do? Nice to see you all. Ooh, there's a scout. Not sure if that's the beginning scout that they had from the get-go, but it would make sense to prepare to have a few scouts of our own to, in my opinion. Let's see. Now here's their army. They just happened to walk. face us. But let's see if that's too much of a hassle at all, since we have Castle Age halfway and they still only have a few archers. So, ooh, well played. Being able to kill a villager of ours. Now that archer is dead. Where's the second one? There, right. So we are losing quite a few villagers here. Not very good. But we could also just try to hop to the security. Get a few spearmen, perhaps a few knights would be suitable as well. Alright. And there it is. So we didn't defend this too well, as you might be able to notice by losing more than 0 villagers, and because of all this idle time we could have tried to play this better. Alright. Let's create a few knights and see what's going on. We have still, in a way, we are still in a good position since we underspent. That's at least how I would describe our initial beginning of the game. We underinvested to the army, and it's exciting to see if we are able to keep the possible edge that we might have had despite losing a handful of villagers to this weak aggression, at least in my books, a rather weak aggression that we still were not able to push back. But right, we have a few town centers. We can expect elephants, for example, from them. Let's see what actually happens. And once we get a castle, we are in a good position. Clearly. And luckily that's exactly what's going to happen. So they have archers, but we don't care about those too much. Is there anything that we could try to destroy? There's always something. So they have already some defenses of their own. So good for them. And since we are lacking a hill, we could try to build it here. Few archers. No, few knights, perhaps. A nice place for a town center. What about the forest behind it? Ooh. And there's a monk and we lost a knight. A terrible loss for all the parties that took part in this conflict. Alright, Hussite wagons. And then university. Provocative, offensive university to start off with. And what does it cost? Wood. We could probably create a few units just to get rid of the future monks that are probably going to roll our way shortly. Chemistry. always a very good idea. And additional wood cutters. 1,000 would be nice, even if we can't keep the villager production up. Let's still try. Ooh, fast imp was in the cards. Good for them. But what does that do? So they have arbalest. And we need more wood. More wood, more gold. That really disappeared for some reason. So let's see if there's something we can find by scouting the map a bit. Dun, 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 dun. Since they already have a monk, it would make sense for us to also get a defensive upgrade. Try to keep the units that we have alive or on our side for that much longer. Let's see what's going on here. And once that's done with, they already imp. We are only thinking about the possibility of doing that. Let's see if we can try to secure this position for some time. So fate. And then extra speed for our gunpowder units. Let's see if that thing holds. We could try to create a few scouts to kill the enemy monks if we face any. Ooh, what's going on here? A monk? No, weren't we happy to see that? And then siege workshop, why not? Few houses. Okay, so they are coming our way shortly. Now the question is, can we keep up with the pressure when it lands our way? Perhaps, but not necessarily, no. The unit control would be a nice thing to have, but we may have to just relax with the fact that it's something that's going to happen later on. So let's scout a bit, see what's going on here. Hello, hello. Scouts here, why not? And no sign of them doing anything sneaky towards us. And then we should be able to kill quite a few of their units. Now the trebuchets are down, which is good for us. Our knights have been able to cause some havoc here on the back lines. We can probably create a few. Run! Not that way. Okay, let's kill the monk then. Perhaps two of these. And then carry on with that. Do we need anything else? Some upgrades would probably be nice eventually. That could be a nice upgrade. You have been idle for some time, but not for long, I reckon. Oh, they are doing the right upgrades as well. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Let's split these units just a bit. And then retreat. Few units to destroy the trebuchets. Thank you very much. And then there's some harassment going on. Oh yeah. Let's see how it goes. But we need more gold. So that's given. So now we are losing quite a few units for no very good reasons. Castle is doing a lot, but perhaps that's because I'm not doing very good job trying to defend. We have more resources, so perhaps an additional castle could be right, but we will use these villages here. So let's have it for example here. Let's see what happens once we move out. Oops. Well, that was a little sloppy by my standards. Losing few units for no good gain. But meanwhile we have been able to idle some of their eco, so that's always a good thing. And then we could probably add a few units of our own. Let's call them knights in this case. Ooh. Okay. The knight is now ordered to secure the premises. Let's see how much we are going to lose to that. Somewhat we are going to, yes. It's inevitable. So they have a bit too potent units for our liking. But now that we have, well, we were missing a few extra units perhaps that could have been of use. Extra reach is always nice, yes. Some bonus, yes. Architecture, why not? So where are our cannons? Yeah, luckily we were able to get rid of a few units of theirs. But what's going on here? Very little? No. Perhaps we can carry on with that then. And perhaps these units can pop here. And a plenty of extra archers are to be ordered. And now, so we need gold. So where do we get an access to extra gold? Let's find out. Okay, so luckily we were able to reduce their numbers by quite significantly. We still have extra units coming our way. At least we could try to get a few extra units. Our eco is, or it should be quite good, but for some reason we have spent our resources in a not very optimal way. And we even have some units here. What's going on? So Hitnitsa is here and it gets rid of those units there very easily indeed. Destroys the cannon. Goodbye. Destroys those. Bye bye. And then we should be able to get rid of the rest very easily. Just like that, we almost had enough to destroy those. Alright, just passing, okay. Now our best hope is that our opponent is a bit lacking on the... Perhaps we should create more units now that we think of that. Ah, and there's gold. Right, let's utilize that. And perhaps we can also take care of that relic. It's waiting for us there. And see what's going on here. Create extra archers. Now what sort of units do we have here? Not very weird looking ones. Quite common ones actually. Indeed. So we have food. Perhaps we could try to utilize that. So more villagers to do some farming. And what's left of those? Very little. Oh, how long have we been running there? For quite some time now. Right, so let's get that here. So we have Hubinitsa. We should have plenty of these nice little units to help us with our goals. Ooh, we could create some hand cannoneers, since they are faster moving than they used to be. And then run to the rescue, just like that. And hope that we make it in time. We still have quite a convincing amount of villagers, for example. Now we are lacking quite few things, of course, but it's not like we couldn't mass an army of multiple hundreds if we just set our minds to it. So that and a Hubnitsa. So they think that we are relying on trash units only, and that's obviously not the case. Let's see if we can fetch a few of those units here. Let's try raiding there, and with these units we could try to go here, and then if we still have this barracks up, we could try to kill those units. Oh, right. So they may even have more villagers than they can actually utilize. Well, that's not a bad place to be in. But that also means that we must start to spend ourselves too. Alright, killing a few units here, a few units there, idling some of their eco as we go. What's going on here? Very good. Alright, but we're also sending our units to very distant and probably ill-looking locations, now that I think of it. Well, Elite Hussite Wagon it is. And then players are there. Few knights, no, few pikes to help them out. Okay, back to home you run. So they think that they are killing us with this, and they are actually doing a very good job, but it's not going to be enough. Oh no, losing my most valuable unit. Again? And here's the raiding that commences. No, we are not utilizing our army too much, as you can tell. Let's take a look here. It's just like that, the pikemen came to their aid. Alright, let's try to utilize that then. And where is our monk? Just when we need the guidance. So these are very good, why not? Let's see if I can manage to kill the little that they have going for them. Run away, okay, let's run away to the other direction. That's the spirit. Oh no. Well, we can always make more. And now let's hit that one again. We have a few units that could help here, perhaps. Now there might be a way to, not lose as many units so easily, but we have not yet found how to do that. But their castles are very good, I'll give them that. Perhaps we should create a few pikemen with skirmishers to help with the cleaning. Might make sense. And then, do we have any resources to create Runestones here? No, doesn't look like that. And do they have anything else? But hold on, gold. No gold. Looks like that. Okay. But enough stone to secure something. So what would that something be? Perhaps we could position it here, just to get rid of the few units that they have. And then there's more these pikes. hitting our way. So let's verify the situation over here. And then the push continues from the top. Right. So relic, thank you very much. You will be deeply used. And then we can get some gold by selling just a few things. What? How could they ever find something like this? Build! Well done, everyone. You are the real MVPs. Oh, that was close. Okay, so what happens now is that our Hutnitsa is soon to be produced. We are still far away from a PopCap situation, so well, it doesn't hurt to create squires. And a few extra farms could be usable. And then extra Hufnitsa if we ever get a chance. Well, they can't have too many things going on for them. Let's see. But they are leading in score, so they might just have. For some reason I forgot to create more units, but happens. And the castle is a gunner, so and just like that we lost a few gold units too, but that's not too bad. Alright, so where are our units that we so dearly need? If only we had. Alright, what are you doing here? Oh, you have been following someone. Oh, that's good. Good thinking. Good initiative. There's that. And what's going on here? And all of a sudden they are creating this huge mass of two-handed swordmen that might just be enough to end the game. Now that we are ill-prepared to defend against those. Just when we were ill-prepared to defend against those. But we have learned from our previous games that this is exactly the kind of moment when we should try to create more units. So we have a plenty of resources, so why not? Why not give it a try? Now, while this isn't much, it's still a very viable amount of resources. That we could turn to something more useful. Oh, and there's the melee units we were discussing earlier. We still have 85 if only just 85 units. Let's see if we can stop the push with the resources that we have. And then here we can produce a few of these units that we call cavalry. And sadly for us, we are losing ground. We are losing these very important units. Even though we still can produce, it's not by a large number anymore. And they are right. Oh, we had a few pikemen here. Very good. Of course, they were not enough to save these people there, but or here. These units died there. Alright, it looks very GG. So, well played by our valiant opponent for keeping the game going. And we probably learned something during the process. I think that we had a chance to win the game and end it multiple times, but our boom just wasn't enough. Let's see what we can learn from the experience. I didn't realize that the score difference was 9,000 already. But at least we lost a few hundred more villages as well. And our largest army was again just half but our opponent. So when booming they get better care of their army, and I didn't probably respect them enough. So while we had a better economy at least at some point, and yes, we have been able to collect way more resources, they were able to keep their key units alive. So I think in that sense we should have been able to end this game in our favor had we just built up enough large enough an army. So very usual problem in that sense. So let's see if there's a way to have a quick look, a quick look for a quick learning experience to commence. And I don't think I'm missing anything of essence. But at least what I could have done, I threw this castle away. I could have tried to secure my, for example, these resources when I still had them, some extra time, and therefore also given myself a chance to build the units that I got from castles, so Hussite wagon and also trebuchets. And had I taken better care of them, I kept my army together, I probably if I would have retreated to a defensive position when all they had was a few castles that were very tough for all my raiding attempts, I think I could have just stopped wasting units, build up a force of 200, so army of 90 or so soldiers, and then started my push. I don't think I did too good of a job there. But here we see this is Arabia, and yet again the relics are positioned in this number 5 of dice familiar pattern. Perhaps there's something that I have not yet learned about this game that I'm slowly about to learn. Is there a way for me to jump? Yes, there is this timeline thingy, but ooh, so I can press T. Okay, and we are now at 8 minutes. Right, okay, so we can't jump ahead in time, but we can jump back. Okay, makes sense since this recording works in such a fashion that we have to play through all the actions, so we don't know any given state unless we have played to that. But I think that people generally would agree that Bohemians are superb in late game. So I should have, at least that's what I have thought about the civilization. While Malay also has its strengths, for example when it comes to raiding, but still I was slow to switch to skirmishers. That would have ended the archer / pikeman play right away. Instead of doing that, I carried on creating cavalry, for example, which did me very little good at that phase. And also I could have secured my base better with just a few pikemen or halberdier. And I also had resources to create halberdier of my own, so we could have had this trash, so no gold unit battle with scouts and spearman line and skirmishers as well, and there I would have had Nitsa to, in theory at least, easily destroy any siege that they may have, and also to aid the army. But this is a good late game practicing session, I say, even though I played it further than needed because I thought that our eco would be superior, but I still lacked the ways to utilize that. Not enough production buildings, and then throwing away the production buildings and the units and the castles as well when I had them. So if the game progresses to a late stage, then it probably makes sense to try to reach the pop cap and then carry on with the raiding or things like that. At least in a game like this it would have made sense. I think I spent way too much time around 100, 120, 30, 40 population. Thus meaning that my army was just 20 or so soldiers. Whereas my opponent, Wannabe, kept better care of their units. And when they had just a few trebuchets was enough to get rid of all my castles when I built them into too close to their castles, like in a semi-offensive positions. But here I think we have a nice position for us, going for us, even if the pressure is a bit off at times. We have just trickling soldiers, and we managed to lose our scout in the process, but still we were able to apply some pressure and have almost traded equally. kill death ratio being 11 to 10. Now of course there are times when I'm still waypointing my way to their town, but still. I'm 3 villages behind, so even though my idle TC time is very tolerable, it could be that Malay get their age changes that much faster. Is that correct? That's what I'm recalling now. Now here I lose more than I need to. I could have just queued 3 skirmishers and a spearman, also perhaps a scout if need be. But instead, like, I didn't manage to kill any of their eco with my race. But now their kill death ratio is 16 to 12, and I've lost a villager, so I'm 3 villagers behind yet again. And now basically just having this one skirmisher is enough to ride force them to retreat a bit perhaps, or to seek a new angle of attack. And now I've already lost 3 villages and I'm about to lose more. But luckily I got to castle age early enough to still be able to secure myself a nice looking base. But just the had I had a few skirmishers here preventing them from entering to my city, I would not have lost a single villager, and I would have had enough wood to create this town center right away without having to use market to force that. So I spent 260 gold that I could have spent on knights, for example, very easily with all the food that I had. But now they are playing this really closely, or in a closed manner, so defensively, which is good for them. That's how you do it. Just to remind future me. And let's see. Carrying on with the archers, a scout and monk to get the relics. Very good defensive town center to secure the stone. I don't think my knights could achieve much here. Still I made plenty of those. I could have also switched to a few scouts just to sort of give pressure to the monk. And now in hindsight also, this castle could have been here to get my opponent away from the stone. So they had an army, but it was still about 12 archers, and now the converted knight and so. But had I had my like 5 knights, 5 skirmishers or so around here, I could have built the castle as an offensive one, and then that would have changed the course of the game. Since we are already leading in villagers, and the fast imp is commencing, there was like nothing wrong with this, but in hindsight it would have been good to read the game better and to make a more aggressive castle happen, since they would not have, unless I misplayed that, or the archers were able to somehow tank all the damage that the knights, like if they were forced to take the encounter, which they probably would have been, I could have lost quite a few villagers in the process. and so forth, but they would have lost access to stone, they would have lost town center eventually. So it would have made sense, and also securing this relic would have been good. Alright. What else have we here? And too bad there's so many things happening that we are forced to play this in such a slow fashion. So there's this castle. They could have also positioned it further, but perhaps respected my army. So that, and even this is defensive. Like, I knew they were in Imperial Age, so they could eventually reach us with trebuchets, but still. And now suddenly we have action commencing. I think I lost like 50 or 100 units to this castle and to the next one. That was unnecessary. And now here's the pressure that I could have applied earlier. If I had built this castle here, or even here where these units are, and siege workshop right next to that. So I gave them extra 2-3 minutes perhaps to prepare for that. And now these units are probably going to stay alive for quite some time before I land any hits. There's this sneaky town center. Also something that I could have tried to do since I had a few archers, a few scouts. I could have spread them around to notice things like that. And here I'm losing quite a few units. But good micro on my opponents, or from my opponent's path, and I like how even just the approaching of mangonels is enough to force the archers to retreat. But perhaps at one of these days I'm going to have to apply this range indicator, just to save few units every now and then, because I have a tendency to run them to the perimeter and then losing for no obvious reasons. It's just like there's also this waypoint here. Since I'm applying pressure, I presume that is not very good. And now that the siege workshop is dead, it took me quite some time to get a new one going. And I also could have preserved them here. I have how many idle units? 13, 14. Here, that could have changed the angle of attack instead of pushing straight through, like I'm more or less doing here. That some of these units just wander to the castle and die. And once I managed to push through from the side, they are living, if not happily ever after, at least they are living a really long and neat and fulfilling life afterwards. So now suddenly I got this eco kill of 11 to 3 and I lead by 20 villagers. And I think that I should be able to like finish the game here. But here again I'm losing units, like 20 or so. 10 or 20 units. Chasing the single bombard cannon and not even getting that. I could have used my trebuchet to try to snipe that. So this is really like a sloppy thing to do. Especially since the real action was happening here. I could have also moved the trebuchets here and pushed from the side so that if the bombard cannons ever tried to reach me, they would have been forced to leave the security of these defensive structures. So now here I'm losing army and getting very little in reward, but this is still way more beneficial aggression than the one I'm trying to make happen here. Like I'm forcing the issue here without knowing how to use the tools. I could have created just some siege rams, for example, or any like ram line of units, so that I wouldn't have to guard them so carefully, because all they had was this army of arbalest at this point and a few cannons. So I think I misplayed quite a few times here. Could have made cavalry, could have made plenty of skirmishers. Instead of doing that, I was too focused on just creating units here and there of various sorts and allowing them to build a castle under my nose. If I had the trebuchets back at the safety of my castle, I could have started to bombard this castle right away, but now I had lost them earlier trying to destroy the castle when I should have been destroying the town center, because it was more forward and killing my units when I tried to reach the castle later on. Like so many weird misplays, but I still reckon this was a good game. Like practicing how this game plays. Now this cavalry, I could have made note of that. So there's this same problem with this castle. Like it's nice and all, but it's still within the reach of trebuchets and cannons in such a fashion that they don't have to leave the security that these offer. So it's just a like, very wasteful castle. I could have built it here, for example, and then production buildings right next to it, so that I can ambush the army once it approaches me. Because they only have an army of 23. I'm floating a couple of thousand of resources, so are them, of course, and I could have made a play happen. These units have been able to kill 15 units. So perhaps there's some sort of moral of the story in this site. Like I could do something like this, more of the things like this, and less what we saw here and what we are still seeing here. Like 10 kills to these units that I was able to capture. 21. The castle has killed 13. This castle 24, and this town center 7. So they all together have 50 kills. Mostly military units and mostly valuable units, such as hussite wagons. That's just passing. Don't you mind us? Like I didn't have to force the issue around the stone, like pile of stone here, when there were resources on the edges that I could have tried to like first of all secure my positions with a castle here, why not, or even castle here, and then forcing my enemy to move their rather slow army around to the sides instead of letting them camp on the hill in the center of the map. Like even here I could have sent 10 units and see what would have happened. Instead instead of doing that, I'm slowly trickling units, as you can tell. That could have been useful without getting kills. One at a time. meanwhile losing the very important units. Like for situations like this, it's just... Oh, that was a nice hit. Of course they got hit as well, but that saved me 10 minutes. But now, so this is 50, over 50 minutes in game, and we have armies of 17 and 8. I'm floating 4,000 food. So if nothing else, I could have still created scout cavalry. Like just 40 scout cavalry and see what happens. Because there were some areas that were slightly less defended, slightly less well secured than others. So what a game. And now here are the raids of theirs, which should force me instantly to create a few pikemen, perhaps create a town center for whenever I'm about to use this. I could have bought 100 stone just to make sure that I can secure this area. Later on they come in raiding and suddenly the eco kill death is that much worse. Like now it's still tolerable. We have this almost 30, 25 villager lead, even if we have few idols like 45. So our working villagers are more or less the same. So we have equal number of workers, but it's like a couple of hours of idle TC time, worker efficiency around 36-45%. But now that they scouted this would have been a very good signal for me to invest into a town center, especially since we have stone right next to that. So just not doing that gave them an edge that was not needed. And still, we have villager lead, we are collecting resources, we are floating 6,000 food. Our opponent also has unnecessary resources, and the hand cannoners were not needed at that point. I was just trying to think of something to do. I could have tried to create a way more cavalry, for example. Skirmishers would have been a nice thing to add. And here's the raid. And eco kills 34-20. Just like that. And it's going to be equalized soon. So I was throwing away my eco while they were slowly starting to build their army. Now 27-17, and this raid is going to last for quite some time before these town centers are able to destroy these attackers. So we are almost equal in eco kill death. 32-38, and eventually I'm going to notice this happening here. Might take a while. Must have felt very good for my opponent at this stage. Okay, and then they eventually ran out of villagers, and that's why they ended up here killing this blacksmith. And then now we are one villager behind, but not for long. Or leading by one villager. But now here is the moment where the tides turned, and now we are only 10 villager ahead. With way better worker efficiency, but we are not really using our army to its in a good manner. Like we have 20 pop lead. I don't think we should have lost the game. Here we could have probably just camped the town center and killed that. but this is where their halberdiers appeared. So now we got the eco kills equalized it again and got a slight lead on that front as well. And eventually we are going to lose this, when we could have just run away and returned to die another day. There's like similar things happening all over the map. Not like we got a few kills here and there, as did they too. But we are 30 ahead in population, we are floating 5,000 food. Long distance lumberjacking is commencing. Again, the town center here might have been a really nice investment, even if we would have spent a few miners worth of gold for that. Because now here are the old school cavaliers, and they already have 17 kills. And eventually our pikemen are appearing, but not before all these units have gotten quite a few more kills. 13, yeah, now that one of them, or two of them, oh no, one of them died and took 10 kills with him. But still, now they are yet again leading in the eco kill deaths. And just having a few skirmishers, like since we have no security, like any secure structures, security structures, defensive structures here. Had I created skirmishers, 5 or 10 of them, and then sent the scouts with them, I would have been able to get rid of all these halberdiers, or at least most of them. Instead I got a side fragate perhaps a bit, and castle gets a few extra kills. Okay, I'll have to enable the perimeter thing just in just to verify whether that helps me to order my troops around those danger zones. And here I'm killing more. Now the good thing that we practiced during the game was to create more villagers. So now we have queued 6 more. And even if we are losing villagers, I could have just captured these. Instead there are some sad looking things happening here. How many kills does he have? 2. But the castle 46, town center 7, the other castle 26. So 1/4 of the kills are by these 4 structures here. 10 kills on this town center, 8 kills on that one, and 2 kills on that one. Like, that's more like it. Just short pause, and then, well, of course I created these production buildings, but still. And then get back to the issue. And just like that we are able to more or less equalize the eco kill deaths again before we lose some 20 horses, as we are about to do. Now we, for a short while, we get the lead again, and now we have this 35 villager lead, and all we would really have to do is keep our position and secure our eco, build up any sort of force that we can, and try to keep our coal units alive. Because now this is approaching a stalemate situation, and then just throwing away needs like this, for example, is a rather sad thing to occur. Because All we really needed, like we could have sent these units here to help, but we didn't. Instead, we allowed our opponent to move their small army, and we didn't have the capabilities to attack from multiple fronts. Now I could have I could have sold few thousand of food, for example, and created a few siege weapons. That would have been helpful to pressurize my opponent. They were lacking wood at this stage, and eventually they lost the town center. So this raid was good, and I could have also noticed that they didn't have too many forests available to them, but sadly our cavalry wasn't really good, really very good against these halberdiers, so I should have added like halberdiers of our own. That would have been a nice raiding unit, or just skirmishers to act as a like counter unit instead of throwing away units like this. But still, now we have this army of 50, but it's soon going to die to this castle, I reckon. And we are not utilizing that to the fullest, because these died here. How very ordinary thing to happen. And we are still not using these skirmishers, for example. We could have sent 5 of them here. We could have sent a few hand cannons there. And now our opponent is starting to think about the game ending composition. We still have 22 villager lead, even if our idle numbers are the double, with 20 idols and them having 10. But I would claim that this was a bit sloppy game on our part. We are still floating very much resources of various sorts, and we haven't really done anything for a good while. So, in a good sense, this is a painful thing to watch. Because I think that we really didn't do very good decisions during the mid and the end game. Yeah. Like, of course, we made some very good decisions, like raiding the sides and so forth. But now the villager numbers are almost equalized. So, despite the raids, our opponent has created some additional units, and now we are just like 15 seconds away from having a good like defensive push. If the skirmishers were at the same time when our scouts arrived, we could have killed the halberdiers easily. And now the next wave comes, and they are going to die to the castle, as is so often the case. So nice that you stopped by, and we are a bit out of position now that they already have 35 two-handed swordsmen. But let's see if they had enough. Like, the pop cap is 150 out of 180, so we are almost equal in population. Now what's working for them is the fact that they have their army together, and I'm just well, I may have lost a few units here, and also I don't have too many production buildings. Now this is where I try to really quick produce buildings from which to create these hand cannoneers, for example. But it's just very slow process, and I'm still not queuing. Okay, 25 scout cavalry is queued, but besides that, one skirmisher And I'm losing villagers as we speak. So like, this reaction was really slow. I might say. And now the army numbers are 90 to 14. And things look really grim. And even if we were able to postpone the inevitable for quite some time, it's still like we had the map control and everything. I think what we could have done was just to boom a bit more, sell enough food to be able to produce this hand cannoneer army, for example, and a few Hufnitsa to support, and then wait for the push. Just slowly kill our opponent before they did the same. So instead we went to this waiting mode without producing anything too much. And Wannabe did have this like idea how to end the game, so well played by them. That in a stalemate situation, when working with the final resources available on the map, just produce two-handed swordsmen that doesn't cost gold, if I recall correctly, for them, with the correct unique upgrades, and then just overwhelm your opponent. And that's what they did. So GG. Alright, so what was there? Okay, well, let's take a short break. So just a second. I'll be back in a few minutes. Can we show this as well? Let's see. This, of course, is there. And then that's like that. Alright. Be back in a sec. Thanks for staying around and thanks for tuning in to begin with. just like that, we are back. So thank you all for sticking around. Always pleasure to have people witnessing this sort of occasion. And in this occasion, witnessing this learning as we go, hopefully. Hopefully learning, hopefully going. I only just realized that just building up a huge army of whatever, like 50 scout cavalry or light cavalry, would have made a huge difference. And perhaps aiming to have villager number of 120 or 30 working on farms and cutting the forests, so forth, would have been useful. Because even if my opponent had their halberdiers, I still should have been able to escape them and raid the next town center and so forth. Since we had this late mid stage in the game where both of the players had very little armies, like 20 or so armies each. It doesn't matter too much if you have 20 halberdiers if your opponent throws 50 light cavalry, for example, your way and doesn't fall into fighting head to head with the armies in question. Also, I should have raided the side where there were gold and stone piles and secured my position there instead of raiding the place where there was this town center protecting woodcutters. It did solid damage, it was good, but still, if I had to build a siege workshop and extra stables to either side, then the side with something to mine would have made more sense. Alright, an arena. Now we have never won on arena, but then again, there must come a day when we are able to do just that. And now we get to play the Malay. That's the greatest civ, as we learned from the last game. So there should be very little working against us. I think we even use this cow to verify the whereabouts a bit. And then we must find extra cows. There are always some somewhere. It's a good place for a lumber camp. Where are they? Thank you. This code is their trip. My scout is their trip. And I asked, oh knows why. Remains to be seen if we get a reply to that. Or perhaps that was just a way to trick us into thinking that we might have a lead in this game. And that it would be fully secure and not folly at all to scout with our cows. Let's see. Well, TenSpatnej's score tells that it indeed might be that the scout is dead, but it's still a very the thing that happens very seldom, I'd say. Oh, but I was well. You build a house, you carry on to make the forest look nice, and then you people will think of something. Oh no. No 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 no. Go the other way. Don't you dare. And then after this we are going to focus on getting our boars finally. No! In you go, very good. Well, mistakes were made, but they were made by multiple people all over the map, so we shouldn't worry about that too much, I reckon. No! And all of a sudden I'm creating 2 houses when I only needed 1. Well, things will get better as we progress. Let's see where our opponent is and whether there's a chance we could try to make something happen to make their life a bit harder. Right, so the next boar shall be lured in the quickest way possible. And then what happens? Surprise archery play. Portuguese. So they get their what's the nice word for that? Oh, like that has never happened so neatly before. I just hope that people were watching. And up we go. Alright. So the trick was to move the target to okay, that's alright. You do that and a house, and then you carry on with the stone mining. Good. Okay. So they are Feitoria is the building that can give them free resources. So, or not only they can, but they also do give them free resources. So my build is a bit off now. So I've invested more heavily to woodcutters, it seems. And perhaps watch their work a bit more carefully too. Okay, let's double a bit axe. It's good. Few woodcutters on the way. Feudal aids for my opponent. And then we could try to secure the key locations on the map. And with that, archer range just back enough so that they will never notice that. Now it's quite likely that our opponent knows how to do a fast castle, so they will be reaching the next age soonish. At least I will be surprised if that is not the case, but I have been surprised before, so who knows. And one of the things I've learned also is that we can, if we are being pressurized, we can build this really nice base behind the second layer of walls that we have. Wouldn't that be a very clever idea? Indeed. Few extra villagers, why not? And perhaps some farms. And again we could invest a bit extra. Just to get this. Okay, one more. But indeed we haven't witnessed their scout as of yet, so perhaps they were not lying but lost the scout to a boar, for example. I see no harm in believing my opponent's words. Now what we can do is create a few archers, position them cleverly, perhaps with one spearman as well. And then it's going to take us a while to reach the next age, of course, but once we do, we will be in a great position to push our opponent a bit. Hopefully. But remains to be seen. Oh no. My worst opponent, a house. I'm still surprised that they haven't reached the next age as of yet. Perhaps we could send a few villagers to gather stone, and the rest can stay farming. It's also very important work. And then we are only a slow moment away from getting to the next stage. Okay, one more villager. And then we go. And a few more archers. And let's hope that we can... What? They're securing the... extra gold for themselves? Right, and we were supposed to click up, and there it was. Now, coal mining upgrade, why not? Extra house, blacksmith. Carry on with the wood mining. Things will start to intensify now. Perhaps we could even spend few resources on that. Now let's see. The idea, of course, is to create a siege workshop. get a few units over the walls, and then do they have a loom already? Yes, they do. That's where we position it, being very clever people that we are. And then few upgrades as soon as we can afford them, of course. Sometimes might take a while. No. Like this. And then if we can afford to get additional ones, it's of course a plus. Build the first one there. And the second one will follow soon after. Here's the siege tower. Here's our army. Always ready to make a dent to our opponent's defenses. And let's see how this goes now. One in and hop out. And just like that we have at least some sort of presence. And quite a few villagers will die. Alright, so what we were supposed to do was of course to create more map presence. See if we can do that, or whether we are going to lose all of our units in the process. Few extra might be good to have. And then the third town center is soon appearing if everything goes according to a plan. Alright, let's see what we have now. Oops, we are still missing resources, so that's not very good. And the archers may not be enough to make this work. Let's see. Let's send a few archers to take a look at the situation around here. Oh mine. Well, we still managed to create quite push, I would say. So perhaps our next thing we could try to achieve is to get the castle up, hopefully. Let's see if that's possible. And then work from there. Few skirmishes, yes. Armor for those, yes. Good things are happening. all over the board. No. How dare them to kill our most valuable units. Run! And an additional one we need. Luckily we had this one hero villager working for this all this time. So we were able to get this up and running. But now, few extra units. Where is the monk? Is the question. No. Dun. Few farms, it's a good idea. And then once we get enough coal miners, we should also be able to click the next page. A few elephants might be a good idea, and we can try to get our opponent housed. Let's see. But now these karambits. Where did their monk go? So it was there, of course, but what happened? Oh, it's there, right. And you, alright, so we were able to kill that in the end. Well, good monking, I'd say, even if it's not to our benefit. And now farms is what we need. Well, as soon as you feel ready. And a few extra units to push our opponent. What happened here? We don't know. Perhaps nothing happened. Devotion could be useful as well. Oh, they did reach Imperial Age. I just didn't realize that. Alright, let's create an additional siege tower. And did we lose our elephant here? To a group of monks. Yes, we did. Well, that only goes to show that this game is really hard. Okay, so what's going on here? Single villager was not enough to prevent this thing from good micro there. Oh no. No. In you go, and over you go. have ballistics. We have lost the game. So perhaps a few additional buildings would be nice. Alright. And then over we go. Let's have a look at things, how they are progressing here. And perhaps a few extra elephants would be nice. Did we lose the monk? We did. It might be that they are already utilizing that. And now this is where the push is coming. And are we prepared for that? We may be pretty ill prepared, actually. But well. Let's get that there and then that there if we can. An additional castle. Always a nice thing to have. Are we lacking anything besides food? More or less no, yes. So let's create a few units. Also they have Vitoria set up. So that much less units that they are trying to utilize as villagers, and instead focusing on having these buildings with which to get infinite resources for however they want to spend them. Okay, so we have had this tendency of losing games because of underutilizing resources, but what we can try to do now is to make something of worth happen. But sadly we need farms for that, and for some reason our farmers haven't been too eager to get to the task. So let's create a few extra houses. And then do we still have a monk? We could try to create some extra units as well. Armors, yes. We have quite a few elephants, but we would need 1,000. Well, that's a lot. Especially since we are still holding to a little underwhelming army, I might say. But gold we have, so perhaps we can try to make use of that. And they have cannons, so collect some wood and then let's show our cavalry archer numbers. Have we improved on multiple fronts? Not really. So the elephants can go here. Elite karambits. Do we care about multiple things? Not very many things are worth caring about. their castle is still quite far away. Perhaps we can move this back a bit. Perhaps just rams for the change. All of a sudden they have this huge army of units. Can we make something happen against them? Not necessarily. Especially since we are that much bad positioned in a sense. And they already destroyed our greatest show of force. Let's see. Cold White. Elo. You have cold for days. Indeed, Elo is about 1000, but since we have only played 40 games or so during our career, that is not perhaps too telling. But indeed, we have a slight eco imbalance at our hands, amongst other things. Alright, but your mission is to rescue all these relics, that's very important. And then we can try to save the day with these karambits. Now our history is that we have played Arena some 10 times perhaps, and so far failed to win. No, we don't need this anymore, for a change at least. Perhaps you can be utilized here as well. And as the late game approaches, our game gets that much more slippery as well, as perhaps is visible here too. So there are multiple things we are trying to learn as we go. We might still want to create something. Well, that's just a terrible move. We can save that for better. Better times are a-coming. But okay, so welcome, Cold White. Nice to have you around. And thanks for dropping by, even if you need to leave for other adventures. Well, perhaps we could try to get rid of that. But now we were expecting our opponent to push, make this one good push, and perhaps that's what's happening. But we'll see if they have resources for more. Well, at least they have not given up yet. But luckily we have been able to clean the map from very many resources, such as wood, so it seems. And we may have lost a few villagers while fighting those towers. But let's see if that's going to be a burden for us. Like ever. Because now it might be a stupid idea to push against the opponent, but we could still try to do that. Well, they have quite a few castles, okay. So we managed to lose a few of our units, but luckily we know how to create more of those. But then it would have made more sense to destroy this forward. That's what we learned by this excursion. what's happening here? So there's a monk. That's very good. Alright, let's kill you. And there's another one. And they also have now a few of our ex-elephants. Alright, let's instead do this. We can always prepare things, of course, but now that I think of it. And in the end we also weren't able to really secure. Oh yeah, these are quite tough to overcome. So rams it is. All we need is a few cool people to help us with our cleaning operation. And then do we have anything fast that can reach that? Let's see, perhaps we do. Well, perhaps not if they choose that route, but let's not worry about too much. We still did our best. Okay, so what have we here? We can have a castle somewhere like here, perhaps, just to give us some forward presence again. And we may have lost a ram, but it's not too much of an issue. Very few things are issues to us. And now we don't have so onager is the play now. That's what we are trying to see if that helps. Onager and skirmishers. Militia line, so we can try to just force our way back in the game with these. Let's see. But we still have a few relics left, so can't be too sad about that. Let's see what's going on here. So we can expect our opponent to push us quite shortly, and hopefully with the help of a few mangonels we are able to make them think twice about proceeding. But we can destroy, create a few farms instead. And there you go. Any other idols that we so heavily need? Perhaps a few buildings like that should be nice. And a few extra farms, why not? Now militia line. Run! And then just a few onagers. Ooh, let's try to get a sneaky shot at any one of those. Last upgrade. Well, perhaps we can try to repair this for a while. Few extra rams. And you can come here to repair too. And shoot they do. It's just like that, they lose a few units, which is of course very nice for us. But perhaps we could try to use a few extra units for our benefit. Alright, and more upgrades, and then perhaps it's time to just spam these food units and rotate our army to this side for a change. An additional onager and a few houses. We'll see how it goes. But this shouldn't surprise our opponent too much, especially with the view that they have, or the line of sight that they have. But now it's time to create an additional siege tower. And then after we get that, an onager, because why not? But we are in, alright, the relics, yes. No wonder we are running out of gold when people are not respecting our relics. Pom pom pom. Alright, and over you go. If only we have a chance. Ooh, how dare them. Well, that didn't last for long. We can still kill their units. Alright, let's create a few trebuchets then. Has this been going on for long? Perhaps? Few units, just in case. A few elephants to secure the base. But more or less we should have, like if we have to choose. No. Right, no. Well, perhaps that was inevitable with the skills possessed to me to try to keep that unit alive. Well, at least it seems that they are playing the long game, trying to, well, that's a bit, well, ambitious perhaps, but of course a very important thing to do. So farms, you say, so let's add a few. And then a few extra trebuchets perhaps, and then we can try to see if we can get rid of those units that they have, seeing that we have some at our disposal. Okay, so to the tower we go, and then we will run across the. Now there's also this onager cut that we can try to think about. So let's pack the gear if we have a chance. Goodbye, goodbye. We're just passing, just passing. Don't you mind us? Oh, we are going the wrong way. Oopsie. But they are, it seems, playing it somewhat defensively. And when that is the case, then our best bet would probably be to try to cut to their defenses with a well-positioned onager, for example. But let's create a few scouts to get some more movement speed to help us do that. And there's also a chance that they are trying to cut to our base as we speak. So let's see. Few idols here and there, and somehow they are able to do I'm not quite sure what their end goal is. Just playing the late game, like the really late game, when they should know that we have an access to this huge army of gold-free longswordsmen, for example. I'm not perhaps following the line of thought too carefully here. Perhaps we can try to add a few buildings to give us visibility. Unit here, unit there. Let's have a look. Few scout cavalries. House. Let's see if that stands for long. No, it doesn't. But basically their Praetorias are on the left side, so perhaps we could try to create a workshop there as well. We can work on the farm. We should also have this never-ending supply of... Ooh, so they have a combat tower there. And they have already seen that happening. So what happens next? So they think that with the Praetorias at their disposal, they should be able to get this never-ending push eventually. And perhaps this has similarities with the Celts push, that the thing I need to do is to so perhaps we could try to push them a bit here. 22 cannons and 2000 stone. Well, let's see what what does that do to them? There are the units that we were expecting, and now what they might not know is that we have some amount of gold as well, and that we can try to push them from the other side too eventually, when given time. And that's of course when we should be able to do the very sneaky push, if ever. But they have the outposts in place, so might not be that easy of a task. But well, doesn't hurt to try. At least this means that they are going to have to spread their armies that much more thin than they would otherwise. Let's create a few more units of that sort. And carry on with our mission. See where it takes us. And so my opponent has quite a few resources at their disposal. Is there any upgrade that we are well, a few that we might utilize, I presume. This doesn't hurt, this doesn't hurt. Guard tower we don't need. Okay, well they don't like our building projects. Good thing then that we had Malay, so that we might have a fighting chance. But now let's see if they have units prepared for us. Since they have a couple of thousand of stone, it would make sense to have. Ooh, so that's the end of their map. Alright. And then they probably have quite a few towers resting on the sides. Alright, what's happening here? And there's the slow creep of this. Let's see. We should see if we can convert enemy buildings and siege. Yes, just a few extra monks, just to make that more viable. Now let's see how things are over here and how things are progressing here. Very slowly, at least, but that's quite alright. This push here does very little, or it should do very little, but it can of course achieve much. But let's see. So here are the combat towers, and do they have similars here? Let's see. We don't need to show them if that's all what they got. So then I lost an elephant, And they are about to lose a few towers. Does it really matter? Okay, let's run away! So we have 20,000 or so resources. And where do we have our light cap? Ready to serve. Run away! And what do our monks say to those? Well, losing monks like that is probably not very neat. Ooh, and they have villages as close as there. Alright. But yes, everything's going to take a while. So this is a grind, I might say. But luckily we also have quite a few. But here we don't want to fight. So that's a given. Okay, so let's carry on. Let's see what happens. Are we... Oh, we still have stone. And after all that is done, then you can carry on with the farms. Good. Very good. Yes, we have achieved a lot. Okay, let's try to convert a unit of theirs. And then perhaps a few horses could help. Let's see if they are able to. Might also be that we are not able to produce fast enough. But then again, like if we aren't, and that's mostly because we are slow to utilize them. So let's build a few extra barracks and a few extra other buildings. Perhaps it would make sense to move a few units that way as well, just to help our units to survive. But we still have 29,000 or so food, so the thing we might be lacking is the production buildings. So let's put that there, just to give us a bit of breathing room. Save a few units. And then off we go and see how it goes. And there's the bombard tower, but it wasn't much, so it wasn't far off. So we could try to do a tricky thing. Some tricky moves might be doable. And now they are losing quite a few units. So perhaps that push was not as clever as they thought. So of course they can get new armies, but so can I. Let's just carry on our forces, or gather our forces first. Now we have enough stone for an additional what's the correct word? castle if need be. And if only we build. Alright, so here we go. And let's destroy that and then carry on with our... No, 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 no. No, 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 no. What? Why? Go here. Thanks. Alright. And then there's a really nice wall that you have there. It would be a shame if something was to happen to that. And this game is something I wasn't expecting at this level, but then again we are below 1000. Now, what are you going to do against a bombard tower of these sorts? And against these light cavalry that are soon to approach you. Is there still... I'm not sure. Let's see if there's a hole. Dun 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 dun. All right, so in we go. We don't care about too many things at all. Perhaps we could try to push that a bit. It's as secure as this single castle. Oh, but they... right, so they haven't been... Boom 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 boom. Doing too much. And here we are, patiently waiting for their monks or whatever to show themselves. So villagers can get extra attack against buildings, yes, why not? But so they'll slow push. Ooh, I haven't been producing for a while. We should do that. Lest we want to lose our valuable units. Luckily we can create more of these. But this tower defense type of game that they are showing to us right now is one of a kind. One of a kind. So we have range 12. And what's going on here? Nothing happens. Nothing happens here either. Very peaceful, really nice. Everything's more or less as they're supposed to be. We have this huge army that we can't really utilize too much, and we have a slow trickle of gold. So let's try to take care of that. Can you please try to destroy that? Thank you. Goodbye, you brave soldier. And then they are in a hurry to replace everything. So where should we push? They don't have too many units here. Goodbye. I'm lucky. Perhaps Town Watch is something that could be worth it at this stage. So they have their slow trickle of gold. Do rams do well against? I don't get too good of set those. Perhaps we can still create a few. And we can destroy that gate. And let's take a look how things are proceeding here. Because we still should produce faster than they do. Have 8,000 gold. Lol. They have their cannons positioned here, but why? Oh, we also have this villager, hero villager. Good for him. Or well, it didn't end too well, but it was still a nice try. Right. Time to push anew. Let's verify how good these rams are against solid opponent, such as the one we just witnessed. But presumably our opponent is soon going to push with a new kind of an army. So destroying that piece of wall does very little for us. And rams aren't too good against a set of bombard cannons such as that. Alright. But eventually... Alright, so they are coming. And do we need more buildings? Don't know, but perhaps it wouldn't hurt if we did create a few. Now this game might last a while. And perhaps some of you could try to help our units out a bit. And this is the only place where we can see any action happening at the moment, so perhaps you could try to secure that if possible, just a bit. But I don't know if we actually need that building too much. As you can probably see, okay, let's save those for a while and attack soon. Alright, we have these horses here. So, alright, well, I did do my best, but perhaps failed a bit. And still they don't have too weird an army. I'm just failing to mass mine properly. Now this would be a moment where I might be hesitant to push any further, but my opponent knows what they are doing, so perhaps they can rest this or push this off as well. Of course they get this huge score lead, but I don't know if it helps them too much. Like, they are wasting my resources, but so what? If they only attack ever so often as they are currently doing, then that's not too much of an issue, in my opinion, since they are still wearing down slowly. However slowly they are, they are. Let's try to kill those two monks. But this is probably a very fun game. Alright, yes, we could perhaps replenish a few buildings while we are at it. And make a few extra farms. Ooh, so they are pushing from 2 locations simultaneously. Well, this is new. Something I haven't witnessed from them for quite some time. And even a paladin. I was thinking that they might want to try something different for a change. And there you have it. Let's see if we have enough buildings to withstand this one. We probably even create a few. Alright, buildings. Do we lose this game because we ran out of population space? Well, it's a very likely thing to happen. Eventually something must happen, so why not that? We could still afford a few elephants, for example, so perhaps that's something that we could try to do. And once all that is done. Alright, we had a few soldiers here. Alright, well, let's just hope that all these reinforcements come in time. Na, 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 na. Must be a nice game to play. Why else would you spend your time this way? Na 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 na. So what happens next, one might ask, and perhaps what we should do, given that we still have some resources, is to try to keep our army together. And just a few spearmen as well. And we like to have some ranged unit, like some skirmishers, to make a small twist to what we have been witnessing lately. Perhaps. Let's see what they have here. Huge amount of towers, probably. But do they have multiple? Not necessarily. Let's try a different spot, like here. Luckily we have quite a neat resource base still available for us. We could buy extra conversion resistance. That'd be something that we want. Not sure. Where is this cannon of ours? Here. We should use it. Save it somewhere. They don't have too huge a number of paladin, for example, so we shouldn't be too afraid of those. Now, of course, losing this would hurt, but we can always create a new one, so no worries. Now there will become a day when we can't replenish our army with the swiftness our opponent is. Perhaps we could try to. Okay, so here we have this cavalry. Very clever thing they are doing here, forcing our almost hold on now. Where is our villager? There. Carry on with your building tasks. Those are very important to see. Alright, so how are things now? Settled? Yes. More light cavalry could be nice. Then we can try to use these bombard cannons. What was it? 7. To push them ever further and see if there's something, some way they might try to surprise us. Alright, the next push. And probably they were just enough to get rid of my cannons as I wasn't watching. Alright, I'm back to go. But we don't want to push them from there. So let's try something different then. So no scorpion, but a new cannon perhaps. Go. And additional carry on. Thank you, please. This is very important for us all. Because eventually our opponent is clearly going to run out of wood. So this is like an island game where it boils down to that. Alright. You can attack as well if you can. Would be nice. We still control most of the map, so that's good. And that's going to be very beneficial for us, since we have plans. And then they have these new ideas, which resemble the old ones. Must not be confused with those. Goodbye, monk. And then we can retreat back to the safety of our not own walls. Alright, so what can we do now? We have this one cannon that we are very often forgetting about. Extra farms, why not? And where was that? The cannon? Not yet. Something else. Alright. So do I have skirmishers? Any skirmishers around? That could perhaps help. Alright. You are exactly what we need. Dun, 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 dun. And then we are back at it. Then we lost our cannon yet again. But do we care about that too much? The sad thing is that they have these cannons everywhere. So let's see what they have here. Are they already through? Probably not yet. So no overcuts here. Slowly minding their business there. And there was this... Ooh, but there is a hole already. So it's slowly happening. We could still afford to create quite a few units. Let's see, so they are out there. Perhaps we can move back. Try to send a few scouts there to harass our opponent. God, they are daring to attack us. Now this is a push we have to stop, because as we can very easily see here, otherwise they will build this endless alright. Perhaps a few units like that as well, just to give us some support, and then in we go. So this isn't too huge of a loss in itself. Let's try that. Just escape with a few and carry on with the business as usual. It's very easy to understand why people may not want to watch all these games all too often. Let's see if there's anything we can do here. Will they even notice that? It's very good for them. And now there's this huge pile of units appearing. We have enough units in our queue. Not necessarily. Just go there, just go there. Very good, very good. Now wasn't that a lucky thing to happen? Now what's happening here? We are losing population, but do we have to lose population? Perhaps it is time for us to lose the game. Let's see. We could use a few extra strong units, perhaps, to secure the base. Army control probably wasn't exactly what it could have been, so I'll give you that. Okay, you try to build that, and then let's see what we can make happen after all is said and done. We are still, so we still have population, but we are slowly running out of resources. What a way to spend my evening. Right? So there's that huge pile of non-meaningful stuff. And is there something we could try to do? Oh no, let's not die here. Not like this. Let's instead see if there's a way for us to get back to the game before everything's said and done. Huge amount of elite Urian guns. Well, we still have a plenty. Like most of the bad, that is the baddest battle they have taken for a while. So let's build a market if we still can, and then and just create a huge farm of these elite Karambit warriors to see if that's enough to ease our pain. Alright, we need more houses. So that's the reason our army number is so low. So let's sell wood. Just like that. Build houses just like this. And move our army to a defensive position. Concern for all. Well, I don't think I'm going to play a game like this ever again, so better enjoy this. For multiple reasons. And this reminds me of the Black Forest, where people just spend huge amount of time for no reason. Perhaps that's video games for you. But sadly, they were able to clean us from our pretty base, so we are now forced to run. But is there anything here? Let's see, not necessarily. Don't think we will want to face them too soon. But what is our winning condition? If their network breaks, perhaps it could be something. We have 2 villagers there enjoying their lives. We had enough houses, so perhaps we could try to produce a little more. Just a few extra houses. And we can help them there. We still don't have the numbers, so better wait for some time. But it seems that this is yet again a game which we won't be able to win too easily. Arena. The most difficult map there is. They even have faith. But does it secure them against this very clever monk play? Oh, well, that doesn't matter too much. Now does it? Run, monk. The clever walling opponent in tactic is about to commence. And now if I wasn't on stream I could just hit the bed and see how many hours this game might last, but since we have other things to do and we have people to please, we are going to try to secure this differently. Don't know how, sure. On the other hand, and the worst thing is that our coffee is cold. Well, let's analyze this as we went. So we gave our opponent too much time to secure the Fetorias. We should have created a solid push, and then when failed to utilize that, we should have just call it quits, basically. And now we have, oh, we are still lacking a few houses. Let's see if this is enough or whether they are destroying things faster than we can replenish them. Perhaps we could try to create these onagers instead of creating other secondary units. So a few siege workshops. You can fit one there, so that's good. We can fit a farm there, very good. More houses. Just a few. And what's going on? So they have no. Dun 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 dun. So a few siege workshops. Too bad we couldn't get to a better. Perhaps even just having a plenty of bombard cannons would have been useful. Okay, so their armies are ill-balanced. Perhaps we can try to see what's going on here. They probably have quite a few units there defending, but let's see. Now we finally have this few thousand head army, so perhaps that helps a bit. Alright, and in we go. Let's see what happens. Spread formation, very good. And in we go. And you too as well. Please get in here and let's see if we can manage to work our way to the back of the base. Well, we managed to get in, so that's something. And it shouldn't take long for our opponent to react to this, of course. But we might still have fun while trying to get rid of some of their defenses. Where is the catapult? Here we are. Right. I don't know if we should care too much about these. Just get in here. Because all these units mean very little to us. The units that our opponent has Alright, Karambits, come on in. We need your service, now more than ever. Okay, here you come. Run! Oh, that was too bad. But luckily we have more of those. And we were quite lucky in the sense that our opponent also spent 15 attack versus buildings. So they have this huge roam of paladin. But does it help it against a huge army of what I have to show at their way? Perhaps we could try to fight here a bit. Now how are things over here? These might be good. We still have plenty of, perhaps not resources necessarily, but we are still making a slow progress towards our opponent. Dun, dun, dun. So now we have gotten a really nice chance to, as you can tell, get back in the game. So they are destroying things, but so what? We are still in a commanding lead. Could you guys please try to get rid of that? Feels good of your character. Okay, you must stop trolling. Now, perhaps this is a life lesson that we are about to learn here. That there's always someone who's willing to spend more time doing things than you are, presumably. But what can you do? That's the return to map. GG. Not well played, even though we lost, but we have seen some really neat plays on Arena, and this was perhaps top 10, but still. I hope that I find other ways to win. Next time. Thanks, bye. But it was nice, we had our first showmanship in a sense, so that we got in-game banner and all, which is not something that happens all too often. And perhaps TenSpatnej also had a different game in mind when he started, or when they started this one. Don't know. But would be interesting to see. Lol, if I'm no have incoming free code, no win. Yes. But I'm glad we, well, I'm not, I'll have to choose my words carefully now, because I'd like to say that if we didn't have Malay, we wouldn't have had a chance to win the game for as long as we did. But then again, since we didn't, I think we should have just created a plenty of more onagers. Now we started to hoard our lasting gold, the last few thousand that we had, when we might have tried to make the game with a good push instead of throwing an onager here and there. That would have probably made it more sensible game as well. Kudos to anyone who might have been watching this, since it took an hour or so. Oh ho. Based on the stats, our opponent plays very much with Portuguese, so there's probably a theme to that. Trying to... Oh, it's Arena again. Do we get the same opponent with the same civilization? Perhaps we do. Dimitri's trio playing as Britons. Well, it's nice chains. Oof, oof. No, I don't know how to recover from a game like that. There's probably there has to be a way, but so let's get some outside intel and then some inside intel. Okay, but this is going to be a different game, since Franks are a different kind of civilization. As you might have guessed already. Alright, sheep. Just in time. So we might still want to try to surprise our opponent, but so with clever archers and all. No. How does one... Okay, well, let's kill that one. How does one go around if there's fast in Portuguese? Perhaps a more forward castle. These Urian guns in masses are a terrible thing to try to defend against. But I presume we got some facts right, since we did try to overcome the slowness, or utilize our opponent's slowness to our benefit. But the fact that they had this, perhaps we should have built trebuchets, and also we were late to invent siege engineers. That should have been the first thing to do, presumably, just so we could get some edge against our opponent when they were using these gunpowder units with ballistics as well. We were late to that game. Alright, and now we are yes, yes, that's how we roll. Some idle time here and there, and then killing deer in the middle of the... That and that, and now it's time to create or invent a loom. Yes, we have it all. Alright, let's have a look at the outside. Oh, and the inside, what do we have here? No, is the my scout got killed part of a tactic to save some population? Like they didn't need that intel for their reasons. If the idea is to play slow, everlasting game, then it probably makes very little difference if you know about your opponent's whereabouts or not. So was there a reason for that? Scout killing move, I'm thinking now. Besides, of course, giving the opponent a false sense of competence, perhaps. That there indeed was a skilled player who knew how to play this tower defense. Few extra villagers, why not? And then up we go. Alright, is there something I'm missing? Not necessarily, no. Now Britons are going to have superior archers when comparing to what I have to offer. So, how much food do we have? We have to go up. So let's do that. The house, barracks. Let's try to get that one in before it's too late. But in a sense we had a nice, like a bit different game, in a sense that we got a chance to play offensively. This time it didn't work. At least it didn't work to its fullest. And we had a chance to get map presence and steal the resources there and all that neat stuff. Only it didn't do us much good in the long run, and we are a bit lacking on the statistics inside. Just skimmed them through. Should have verified how many villagers our opponent had in the end. Probably more like 5 to 10 or so. Just enough to build the yes, let's do that. To do the town centers, no, but towers, bombard towers to secure their base. At least I'm surprised if there was much more than that. Right, we could use a few extra woodcutters like that. We hear that they are scouting our premises, not knowing that we don't have much going on as of yet, but soon we shall have very clever builds to present at their general direction. Okay, a few more villagers are needed. Perhaps we could try to get the spearmen out. Let's see if they come in with the same or simultaneously. So it makes sense to patrol just like that. It's gonna take a while before we get to the next. Alright. Next stage. And here they are. Let's follow them for a while. See what's going on. Here they are, scouting the map. Very interesting stuff indeed. Now Spearman is going back due to the patrol issued. Alright. So a few more farms and then we will see where that takes us. Perhaps we should be gathering stone as well. Pump, pump, pump. Right, up we go. Let's add this here. Why not? And then back to the berry bushes it is. So we have located a few of the relics. 4 out of 5 to be exact. We are thinking of aiming to the next age with worse archers than our opponent. But now our saving grace, of course, is that we also expect them to prepare for scouts. So perhaps we could try to get a few units using the clever siege tower trick. If we build a defensive siege tower, which is something that you very hardly ever see, then perhaps, and there you have it. And perhaps, just perhaps, we go to collect wood. And then we should be able to upgrade these as well. And we would pretty much want to get another town center rolling too, but we can wait a while to get there, since we have this very clever build. Right, but we need wood for that. Okay, makes sense. And we also need houses. Everything's going the wrong direction constantly. I can't recall the times when we had things going our way. Few skirmishes, yes. Oh, yes, but we can save just enough. Well, not quite enough. Right. It's happening. I forgot about the fact that we were spending some. And this is going to happen here. Yes. Splendid. Okay. So now all we need is this thing to ride us home. And we have enough room for a few more. Now we are wasting time, and I expect our opponent to aim for fast in, because we have seen no relics disappearing as of yet, so they are presumably trying to utilize that for their benefit. And now what? 3,000, that's very good. Oh, but we are losing, or we are missing houses. So in you go, and then we go. And houses. Did someone say houses? A very logical place for their castle would be in the corner towards ourselves, but let's see if that's where they're building theirs or not. Oh no, there are super walls everywhere. Did we do this in vain? Looks like we might. go. Well, let's see what we have here. Nice ambush, I would say. So what we might want to do is add a few things like this and more houses. How do we get there? Ooh, there's this castle. Could you please try to... They're still going to lose quite a few units. So isn't that fun? And still the villager, no, still the archer leads. Can we try to just bypass here? Very cleverly, please. Just walking here, don't you mind? No, 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 no. Na 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 na. So we need more houses. Okay. And who's going to give us houses? You people. And once you've done that, you can... No. Carry on with that. Thanks. And then the Imperial Age is shortly... it's following shortly afterwards. Another castle coming up there. Can we try to stop that? Not necessarily. It's almost finished. Let's run away. We still have quite a few units. And perhaps we could try to make use of some of these. Okay, so you build that, few farms. Now they should have a few things going their way. So they may be imp, but what does it do? We will see shortly. Okay, longbowman. Good for them. No, we also managed to get there in time. We don't get too many good units, like from archer line point of view. No. Well, we still did very good. Very good job. So let's hop in and let's take a look. Now you guys can build this castle just to secure this place a bit. You as well. More villagers would be nice. just like that, in we went. And just like that we were able to kill quite a few of their units, which was neat. Perhaps a few farms would be in order, and then we will need military buildings of any sorts. Let's make it cavalry to begin with and work it from there. Oh no! Let's not make it cavalry, since that's exactly what they have. A few onagers, perhaps. Faster working stables is a really nice thing to have, but a few let's see. We only have 91 villagers, so perhaps we could try to add a few extras. So a few trebuchets would be nice. Can we make this happen, perhaps? How many relics do we have? 3. Take it and run! 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 You can do it! Now all we need, of course, is few units to secure that. Run! Our dearest monk. Hold on, what's taking our units so long? Oh, it could be because we never finished these buildings, so perhaps that has something to do with the fact that we haven't gotten too far as of yet. Na na na. Prepare that and carry on with the cold gathering thing. Okay. Na. 104 villagers, but still not too much. Like I presume our opponent has at least as many. And we are still lacking on the buildings and what else? Few farms would be nice. Very good. And we could try to utilize our units here in the front. Let's see if there's something, a way we can hit our opponent without them killing us right away, because they are taking quite quite huge leaps score-wise, like constantly. I think we should be able to kill a few of their units just like that. Well, that was a close call, but their trebuchets are just so... what's the word? Good. It's hard for us to beat them in that game. And they are able to hit almost every shot. Can we make that hit? Almost. Almost we could. Hey! What are you doing harassing our units here? Huh? So fast forward. Some or all of you. Thank you. And perhaps you can help us to get this thing rolling. No, 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 not you, not you, not you. Na 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 na, tra la 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 la. Na 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 na. No 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 no. Just like that, we were able to save that. Not the castle, but we don't mind about that too much, of course. Do we? No, we don't. Let's make a preemptive cut and see where that takes us. And now we could probably get some extra speed for our infantry. 1,000 around here is of course a very good idea. See if we can make that happen. Please, could you please? Alright, well, you can't always win, so that's very understandable. Perhaps we can practice these things. Ooh, so there are some sneaky buildings here. Sneaky buildings commencing. Faster working stables, very good, let's do that. Now they have a stable of their own, so we can probably try to focus on that. Get a few spears out. Yeah, also we are a bit behind on this like technology thing. We have quite a few buildings, we have quite a few resources. Are we utilizing them? Not yet, but it's just a matter of time before we do. And that's usually where we lose games. Just saying. Few cannons would be nice. Oof, what a place to pop up with that thing. Alright, let's make another one. So they have quite a few things working for themselves. Is it going to happen? No, you hold that and then you do this. So let's make a few throwing axemen. I have a feeling that our opponent has even more units than we do. Like for some reason. Like this is not something that always and constantly happens to us, but it's something that happens very often. I've come to notice that we are behind in score when we should not be. Can we kill that without losing everything? Let's see. Yes, we can. Then run! And then they're trying to push us with the little that they have. Without knowing that we have infinite resources that we are just not using. Alright, let's see if there's something we can try to do. So the castle is going to happen soon. And it just so happened that a few of our units are a bit left behind, perhaps. For some reason, can't really guess why that would be the case. Just somehow I get the feeling sometimes that we are not really doing our best under most circumstances. Alright, this could probably also try to help a bit. Since they have a small lead in the number, but not a huge one, I would say. They're just utilizing their troops better than we are. The castle is still alive. Is their trebuchet ever disappearing from this existence? Oops, 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 oops. Hard to say. Doesn't look like it is. We will have to learn this or practice this arena type of game like properly. At some point. We have Paladin, we have resources. Are we using that? No, we are not. But soon we are, since we are going to create at least a few of them to get ourselves a chance to stay in the game. What a hold. If only our trebuchets would hit sometimes. That would be a really neat thing to do. Alright, and then back to raiding and mining it is. And then all of a sudden we are going to lose a few villagers perhaps. Now what can we do with the little that we have? Let's see. We can at least create a few more. Is there something? Oh, God. I don't know if we should care about these too much, but it probably makes sense to destroy those. since we have resources to do so. Back to work. And all of a sudden we ran out of resources. But like as a principle, we did well. You could have just added a few extra horses a few moments before that. And still, since we have a plenty of resources, it would make sense to try to utilize those. So let's try to get rid of that while we still can. Still just a few trebuchets after all. Just like that, and perhaps like this. And then here we run away from the chaos and try to get rid of these. There we have this hero paladin doing the work. Okay, but since we have a plenty of resources, it would make sense to try to utilize them. But this is something that during the quick game we so often forget to do. And now we are still making light cavalry, even though we can and could afford a real unit. Okay, so let's build a new set of stables. And a few houses, please. And a few farms, just to top it off. Like this. Very good. And then we could try to... Oh no, just like that they're harassing our economy. No. Just what we didn't need. This is looking really dire. So it seems that we don't really have the basics of the game under our thumbnail or under our thumb too much. Like, I get this sense due to the fact that more often than not, when push comes to show, we have very little to show for us. And we are still floating 10,000 resources, but are not able to use that. Rams is the biggest weakness Britons can have. Alright, well this was a good run. Good game, well played, especially since this was a quick one. Now I don't know what to say. Let's see the statistics. Perhaps that helps. The kill rate ratio was almost 1-to-1, but largest army tells you something. Resources collected, we were lacking behind severally. So their villager high is way higher, yes. And you could feel that. We left, or we never had the like a proper lead or proper boomy approach to this game, it seems. Oh, what's going on with our very neat camera then? Let's have a look. We have a chance to fix that. I guess it's just... Well, for some reason our very neat camera has turned off. I don't know how many hours it has been like that, but... Well... That's probably what happens when you have this high tech. And people, of course, missed very little. Let's see if that ever turns on again. Right, but what do we have here? Britons doing their thing, as expected. I'm quite confident that there are very easy ways with which I could improve this arena approach. Especially since I got a neat damage in with the siege tower push, so that sort of worked. Well done us, but like, what happened then? Does this work? Like, again, I'm having the... How hard can this be? This can be really hard. The most troubling thing I've done all day. Right? There we have it. After the initial damage that we were able to cause, I feel like we should, with the proper game plan, we should have been able to get the victory. Now we failed to do that, so perhaps it was because we didn't boom enough, we didn't pressurize our opponent enough. Let's see if we can manage to learn a thing or two. But at least here we have learned that if nothing happens, so the relics aren't contested, then it tells us that the opponent is focusing on something else. And now they already have a 20 villager lead. 4 Townsenders, so they know how to boom. And that also means that the push that we did at 50 villagers being 25 villagers behind, even if we managed to idle their eco, we are quite similar in this fashion at the moment, like worker efficiency. But now we could have carried on with the pressure, I presume. Although they already had enough stone for 2 castles, so perhaps we just forced them to create the first one this defensively. I was also focusing on the houses and on the castle for a while, so couldn't manage to kill more than 7 villagers in total thus far. But still, I consider that a very good success story, but I didn't realize that we were 25 villagers behind at that stage. So even if they are losing villagers, like, they can afford to fight my archers with villagers, even if they are losing them slowly, because that's all the military that they have. And they also have prepared, or tried to prepare, for the siege tower push. Even if we managed to hit before they had their walls in place. But now I think our approach could have been different, in a sense that we could have tried to contest. Then again, they get these really accurate trebuchets, so would it make sense to try to get this forward castle I'm not sure, but perhaps like we could have secured the center of the map with castles. They even did 45 walls. That tells you something about their playstyle and approach. Too bad I didn't look carefully after this mangonel. I also could have patrolled these archers here every now and then, just to see whether they would accomplish something. And I forgot to put on the range, visible range indicators. There's the trebuchet, and here goes the mangonel. Too bad we didn't get to destroy the university before that. Would have been nice. Just needed to take a step back and work from there. Alright, but now all of a sudden we have reached the villager numbers. So all their military building took a toll. But now they already have... No, we haven't. I looked at the wrong numbers. So 25 villager. Are we still behind? They have queued 30. We have queued 11, so that's a number. So that's very good. We have improved. But still our boom is way less impressive. And now we should have built castles, for example, here and here and here to the middle of the map, so that we could have also had a secure location for our production buildings, so that they would have been forced to leave the safety of their walls. Now here's the second raid. Here I could have utilized these archers as well. And this is the trick I'm planning on utilizing one of these days. But now eco kills 37. And they still have 106 villager lead. They still have managed to collect 5,000 more resources than I. So all the investment, like I'm floating 1,000 wood, of course, food, and I'm constantly forgetting to create more villagers. If I didn't, I might very well have 100, 120 or so villagers, and then this game might have looked different. Through the game I was floating resources. My opponent is floating 7,000 wood. But at this stage we could very easily have huge number of whatever, like it didn't have to be onagers, but they would have been nice, since the moment I had a few of them, when the attack or a battle commenced, sending monks in pairs was a really nice decision, since we lost one, but the support was just enough to get him safely back to home. But here, now that we have a few mangonels, we are able to get rid of their armies really neatly. So we could have just created a huge number of mangonels, and perhaps halberdier, anything to act as a meat shield. But now we are 30 villages behind. Like they are still very slowly building their economy. There are signs already thinking like the army numbers aren't that scary, but the way they are building theirs, like huge number of production buildings, and they are slowly starting to spread them through them. We're building the other side of the map, which is something I very rarely manage to do. Like right now we are building our second castle. We have 4 archer ranges, 1 stable, 1 barracks. We are floating thousands of resources, so now it might be a good moment to build anything and get to the pop max, or at least closer to that. Still behind 25 villagers, even though we have killed 37 of theirs. So, well, if people know how to boom, and Dimitris Dio certainly knows how to play like defense first type of game, and now they are fully expecting cavalry from me, and then perhaps archers or skirmishers, why not, to counter their archers, yes. And then when the push finally comes, they are already prepared. I could have, now in hindsight, I was 20 villages behind, I was economically behind, I didn't have to force the issue. I thought I was in a good position, but actually as the score shows, they were gaining edge as we went on. I have an army of 46 units, but it's still 10 short of what my opponent has. And with the trebuchets that they have, mine won't last for too long, and it would have made sense to concentrate the fire on the walls, so I would not have been under the pressure of their units or their trebuchets. What a learning experience. And all while this was happening, there was these 15 villagers building these production buildings. But now I think that while I never reached the population cap, I don't think I got very much farther than this. This is a moment where I could have just started this spending spree. Since my opponent only has 600 gold, I have 6,000. Like, I could do anything. I could do the paladin switch now, and while they have 26, 8, 30 halberdier on the field, that's still like the amount of valuable units I could have thrown at their way is quite large, and that I didn't utilize. I let them play the trash game, and that game they won with the help of those trebuchets. So right. The decision making. Well, like, I take to Onager, I take to Paladin. I created probably 100 or so, perhaps 200 units during the entire game. And here I'm 80 population behind, where my idea should be to just get to the pop max. Maximum population would be a nice goal at this stage, since we have had a very safe start. This is something like what the AI tends to do. Plenty of production buildings, but since they have resources to spend, why not? But it's my omission and my mistake that they are allowed to do that. They're just keeping these trebuchets garrisoned here, and I just happen to hit them from that direction without scouting anything. I could have started destroying these production buildings when they were building those, so the trebuchets would have been forced to enter the battlefield from the safety of those castles, for example. So scouting would have been a really nice thing. Now, this was really easy game. I think Dimitris had a good feeling about the progress. So even though I'm floating more valuable resources than they are, I'm not ever going to utilize those. Now if I had 20 paladin at this stage, I could prevent that castle from happening altogether. But instead of doing that, I'm still rolling around. Half of my army is not utilized at all. These cannons will die shortly to a few halberdiers, and this is where the action happens, and I only have few units that are slowly approaching until finally my onager shows itself by shooting the stable, and then the cannons, well, they do valuable work here as well, but like this didn't need to happen like this. So I'm sort of attacking here even though there are no resources, or well, there was these gold piles, but I would have very easily started from the center lane, and thus I would have noted the build up of military buildings that my opponent had, and then I would have been closer to react to any forward castle, for example. Right. So what a game. But at least even if we were floating resources and doing suboptimal decisions, or decision making wasn't always there, we were still able to hold on for quite some time, and especially this hold here was really convincing. Now I could have started the stable building, for example. I could have done that 15 minutes earlier, just to give me some mobility, even though they had halberdier already present. Just having siege ram, or the best ram I could get, and then paladin, and pushing through their production buildings would have made the game look that much different. Now I think this is yet again a game which is quite easy for my opponent to play, so that they don't have to do too much. Just play their style and see the pieces fall into place. This double castle support was really neat, but only now I'm adding these tables, which then won me extra minutes, but and also I hadn't teched the light cavalry, so even if I could have thrown a few of them into the mix, and just having one barracks here would have made these horses that much less lethal. Alright, but this game again shows the beauty of the game, in a sense that it is very easy to crave for more after a performance like this, like, especially after the previous arena game that we had. Army high as well, but so far kill death ratio is in our advantage. It's going to change before the end of the game, when the raiding commences and all. And here we are wasting under the castle fire, garrison castle, and fighting against halberdier, or mostly against these trebuchets, but still shows you how strong and unit it is. And like for a quite long time we had a nice position for ourselves, even if we managed to lose the game. And I don't know if we ever had a winning position, but after raiding, now 57 villagers are dead, but we also have lost quite a few here and there. but one might argue that from the position that we had initiated, we could have achieved a slightly better result, even if not winning, but we could still have had more of a say in this game. But GG nevertheless, and this was a different kind of arena loss. So in that sense, we can think that we are improving, even if we are still far away from giving performance that would actually actually perhaps be considered a good one. All right. Yeah, floating 8k wood, 8k food. That could have been a few units on the field. Halberdier perhaps wouldn't have been stupid choice, since they only had like how many, 13 longbows and 3 skirmishers at this stage. So just building 10 barracks and huge amount of halberdiers, and then spicing that up with a few paladin here and there would have been a very clever tech switch. Let's see if we can manage to pull that off ever. But I presume that at this low level, low level games can easily end up looking like this. So that you have this defensive base and the battle and all the action happens in the middle, and then the player with less good eco gets punished for that. At least that's how my 2 arena games today happened. No reason to expect anything different from what I've seen so far. Alright, let's give it one more go, I would say. Let's see what happens. And whether we still have a video, so that's very good. Now that we have this very charismatic cat to impress our viewers with. Alright. And let's see. Arena, yes. Could be the time as well that people for some reason favor this slow motion. Tatars against Sicilians. Well, at least now we get to practice this arena thingy. That we have gotten quite good at already, but have not quite been able to finalize. Good luck, have fun. What a gentleman at this hour. Exactly what we needed. Now we have this gentleman of a cat also giving their best and sincerest wishes. Sicilians. And they get these neat buildings with which one can try to harass their opponents. I may even, oops, some idle time. Oh, that's what happens. Should have probably carried on with that. dungeon, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm eager to see whether they play a role in this game, since they could be utilized for rushing, for example. So okay, well, that's the best we can ask for, presumably at this hour. Let's verify a few things and off we go. We could even try to get the boar. Ooh, but first we need a house. And this is the moment where we can try to practice this. Archer, siege tower, play. Especially since we can presume that at this level it might just work. Now the thing lacking in the previous one was that we didn't follow with the... No, but after this we will of course try to... No, but... Right. We should have tried to run with the lead, or this so-called lead that we had, since we were able to destroy that many resources. We should have just doubled down our efforts to get the... Hold on now. Was that all? Perhaps? So that's all outside. So we are quite open to any attacks or aggressions. Okay, well, let's build a bit distant. Is this enough to get us to the next page? No, because we are lacking wood. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Terrible times are approaching. So we are housed. Quick loom. Is this enough to get us? Oh no. Enough wood to get a house, yes, thankfully. But still we need enough wood to get to this. Hold on, let's see. So we need the second building. Oh no. Well, here goes nothing. Now once that's done, we can finally click up. Well, don't matter too much. And view. Ooh, we could try to give our opponent the idea that we are going to be really aggressive. That wouldn't be a wrong assumption, of course. They are all on full health. It's very good. Good for our plans. Okay, but our wood lines are quite horrendous. Especially since we would have really much enjoyed having... We will have to send a few villagers there to have enough wood to help us get through the feudal age. Let's see. What have we here? Let's start with a market, and then we will probably want to build a house. That would be a nice idea. And then eventually we are lacking everything. It's a terrible time to be alive. Let's see if our opponent is doing anything. At least they're not showing much. And they have a really similar kind of situation where they are also lacking the... like they are very open. That's what I'm trying to say here. And now perhaps blacksmith is the building. Yes, and after we have finished that, we can perhaps try to create. So our opponent only just reached feudal age. Does this mean that they have some clever plan? That would be 30 pop up or something like that. Doesn't sound really typical to me. So a barracks and a house, and then some more struggles. Perhaps we can move here as well. And should we do the archery range? In front, or do we try to keep it secret? So we got the first hit, which usually indicates that we are trying to make something sneaky happen, because otherwise you wouldn't have a need to do such a thing. But that could be just those mind games whispering to my ear. Not perfect. Ooh, well, have you been here for long? Oopsie. How dare they? Just to do actions like that. That's very... And here I am, losing valuable time and resources, and more villagers would be nice. Let's buy some just to get this thing going. And then do we still have some? Oh no, 2 spearmen against 1. They know what they're doing. So our villagers here won't be safe for long, it seems like. And all of a sudden they got the lead, and we won't be able to produce the siege workshop as we so much hoped that we could. Extra 100 food. Do Dun 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 dun. It's going to take eternity. Only have 14 people doing the work. Alright, we got this. People to or we have this civilization which happens to get these free sheep. Okay, now this is going to save everything just like that, but it took us a while to get to this 4 TC 3 TC stage, so now we have wasted quite some resources, so 50 and more on archers that we can't really utilize. Alright, but soon we should be in a position. What? How dare you? Let's run to the safety. See if they follow. They do. Let's create a few units of our own. Oh, see, it's going to be a dungeon rush. Dungeon rush. Alright, and back to work it is. If we ever have a chance to actually make that happen. Let's see. Back at it we go. Well, I'm glad to see some action from our opponent. Let's help those if we can, now that we have almost been able to repel the attack. Oh no. More knights? Exactly what we didn't need. Oh no, this is never going to work. Just like that we... Oops, I should have watched more carefully, perhaps, since we let those in. But well, it can't hurt to leave some of the opponent's units be. What's going on now? Alright, that's that fight, that's good. We are winning that, right? Then we could probably try to focus on that one instead of doing raiding too easy, or making raiding too easy for our opponent. Right, and now they are harassing us on that side, so we could try to kill them if possible. and away they ran. So no dungeons to be seen, at least not yet. We need more food. How do we get that? There's hardly ever a very easy solution to any problems that we may have. So we should have an access to cavalry archers and whatnots. Could we try to make our game plan look like that? Perhaps? Oh, finally we get the help we so much need and desire and could make a great use for. Pikemen there, okay, ballistics, that's a very good upgrade to have. A stable and a few houses. Coal mining upgrade, why not? Help with the houses. You might also help with the houses. Let's do town watch, just in case. We don't usually do that, because the professionals don't do that. And we would like to be like them, even if we are lacking on few important skills. So cavalry archers, let's create those and see what we can make out of them. What we can make happen with the help of them. Ooh, we also have step lancers. Yes. Yes. That's going to be great. Oops. Well, hey, we have this nice pet to help us as well. Build all that. So there's the castle. Do we care about that? We probably do. Should we? We probably shouldn't. There's petard. This nice stream of units heading our way, like we also thought that we had, but actually we didn't. Alright, you here. Perhaps you can help, even if only so slightly. Also try to... Oh, but we are missing buildings, right. That changes everything. We have a gazillion of... No, that push wasn't too interesting, I would say, so far, but of course it was only the beginning. And we usually lose after a statement like that. So let's have a look. So they have gotten all the cavalry archers receive extra armor. Yes, that's very good. Exactly what we need. Now I think that our opponent is very close to clicking up, if they haven't already. And now that we have the monastery, we should be able to do it as well. Wow, weren't we lucky? Now let's see what they have. It's time to upgrade the light cavalry, just in case. And then we should be able to raid. And create just a few buildings to help us with our journeys. Right, let's run away. Few villagers are killed, that's a very good achievement. Some raiding is happening as well. Where? Alright, at the gate. We should still be quite able to stop our opponent from doing too much damage. Let's see. Okay, just raiding. Okay. The Imperial Age for them. Alright, could you people please build these few things that we asked you to think about. Now this is like professional gaming, as we were able to get quite similar uptimes. And now all of a sudden they have a major lead. But we are lacking in houses, for example. So it's no surprise. A few trebuchets would be nice. I don't know if you care about that too much. You can care about that later on. Okay, well, let's see if they have anything to offer against this. Is there a chance for us to build? Well, we can think about that later. Oops, don't go there. If possible, to not to. And then farms. Good idea. U tree. What's hitting us from there? Nothing. Few steps might be nice to have. Siege ram is on its way. And we still have quite a large amount of resources at our disposal. That unit itself is not too scary. We need more people to collect gold. So could you please focus on that if you have any time to spare. Now this push looks promising. Oh, we had all these horses here. Ah, I forgot about those. Yet again. Onwards we go. Please, just could be, please move a bit. Thank you. It wasn't too easy. Okay, now a few steps. This flaming camel to rescue the day. Well, that was a bit underwhelming, but what can you expect? More steps. Few Kesicks. Pikemen. Save the day. Or halberdier. We still have a huge amount of resources, so now we must remember to utilize those, since we get bonus for very many uses. Just have to remember to utilize those. So run away with this. I'll try to pick a few halberdiers with the units that we have. Let's see what's going on there. And do we still have gold? Yes, we have plenty of gold. We could do with a few extra units nonetheless. So let's try to remember to keep on producing. Upgrade our cavalry. Where is our blacksmith? There's probably a keyword for that. We will find it eventually. It's your mission to get rid of that. And let's try to produce one more unit here. Here they are rotating, being the clever ones that they usually are. Right, let's take care of that. With the forces we have at our disposal. Run, go in here, if possible. And now when they move here, we go there. Carry on down here. Thank you very much. Now let's destroy all that they have to show at our way. And we almost did. Very good. Just need a few more stables perhaps. So let's make those happen while we are at it. Few siege rams. And now these units can also follow suit. Right. Now let's build another castle somewhere around here, for example. Oh well, we can think about that sooner or later. Ooh, when did you come here? But this is a terrible turn of events, even by my opponent's standards. And we were still lacking a few upgrades that could have helped a bit. But that shouldn't be too much of an issue. What's going on here? We still have some units, okay. Let's try to get rid of those then. Ooh, so these aren't too strong against those. And is it because we are lacking units or upgrades, or upgrades was the word? Perhaps back to work. Oops. Oh, well, you have been idle here for quite some time as well, I presume. I think I lost this quite easily in the end. But this time we are only floating wood. We could have built a defensive castle here, but of course it makes very little difference. But well played. Good push and good resistance. And the curse of arena carries on ever so convincingly. And Ramorez seizes the day. I think we had a chance at some point, but we were lacking yet again the villager numbers. Yes, okay. So on arena we should not stop until we reach 230, 240 villagers, because when it goes to the later stage of the game, it's the villager numbers that are going to be the decisive factor, especially if we are just throwing units around like we did in this case. Yeah, meaning that we didn't really have a really good clear goal. The only push that we had was against this wall, or build up towards our base, that we did at perhaps halfway, or around the half of the game. No, middle of the game, as one might say. And that's not too much. They knew how to play the relics game, and our siege tower and everything was late for that. 28 pop up, but they knew what they were doing. Resources collected shows that worker efficiency as well. I don't know if we ever catch them after that. Their initial pressure was also very slim, but the good thing was that if we compare the, what is the first castle, uncontested, but they have few units at this stage, still enough to harass my early coal miners and get a kill. I don't know, perhaps even more than just one kill. No, but still. Oh, at this point we are leading by 10 villages. Okay, so they were aiming to do this quick push here. And then after that failed or achieved its result, that's also a way to put it, then so since they are still single town center, so they decided to try this big push and then boom after that. And it goes to show that we didn't really contest the center of the map too much. We didn't have good vision or like idea about the whereabouts. Like we had a plenty of wood and gold, so we could have translated that to 10 or 20 archers, and that would have been enough to prevent that castle from happening. So in a sense, having that sort of early presence is good, but we made the mistake of building the archery range outside and not building additional ones inside of our base. Because we are only now planning on doing that, and it sometimes takes us 15 minutes or so to figure out things to do. Now we still have 20 villager lead, so even if ramorez build is into sleek in a sense that it would be really tightly trimmed or anything, they are still aiming at something. Now adding the third town center, perhaps realizing that they are uncontested, they were able to gather all the relics, so cold is happening as we speak. We have relic gold here, not easily it seems. Was it resources collected? Relic gold, so almost 1000 already. So it makes a difference, alright? Perhaps I should take that into account while playing the game. Few payloads, not enough when... Oh, that was the first one, just okay. Just gave me this early warning. And then they have this 3 mangonel, couple of horses push, but now, even now we could have 20 or so archers in the field, and then against their few mangonels and other units that would pose no threat. So we had a solid economical lead. I was wrong to doubt that. But what happened was that when they started this push, they also behind that added economy since they were uncontested. And they are probably now building farms, and that's why I was able to destroy these mangonels with comparable easiness. But they were probably not expecting any resistance. And then when they switched back here, they noticed that, oh no, the push is almost dead, as it soon was. But of course not without losses, but eco kills is still just 3. But I never fixed the hole in the wall, so they got this free roam. I could have built a castle here that much faster, for example. Or just build something to block the gap if needed. But I don't know, this was a refreshing game, I'd say, thanks to the opponent's activity. And we also had, as the score tells, we have more resources collected. We are still leading in villager numbers. The thing is that we are soon left behind. Now we have queued not a single one, and we should be building farms. Our opponent has 20 more, like double the number of farms that we do. That is the moment where we could just take all of these villages here, build like a securing castle, for example, just here, for example, and then, or to defend the farmlands to be, and then plant 20 farms with the wood that we had. Just or spend it however we saw fit, since now we were able to, like this knight raid, 18 knights at the moment. It's very scary looking thing, but okay, so the eco kills is 4 to 5 at the moment, and the 18 knights are surprisingly surprisingly durable, since they only lost a few knights scanning the base that we had. and that probably told them that okay, this is winnable, since our opponent doesn't have more than 2 town centers. The third one they couldn't witness behind the walls, and they could of course guess that that would be there. And this is the moment where I thought that we had a chance to push, but actually we are now behind in villages. So the boom has been so much better for them. Whereas I'm only now queuing few extra villagers and we are under pressure. And unprepared for the push. Like here we could have also had we could have had few barracks after seeing 20 knights. It would make sense to add just a few pikemen just in case. And also, even if the knights are losing here to the castle and these flaming camels, of course, it was still a really good push. Destroyed one town center of mine and so forth. Okay, and this is like nice pickup, I would like to say, since my opponent's army numbers are now almost 0, so we have we have good things going for us, but now we shouldn't lose our army. We should just carry on with what we have, and I don't know if we should have even just tried to take that trebuchet with the cavalry archer that we had. And then we have this pikeman army resting here somewhere. Oh. Now we had 34 army and we weren't able to destroy these archers. Trebuchets, if that makes sense. So that's a bit sad. Like I could have wasted these here. It would have made more sense. Now I'm giving my opponent time to regroup. But yeah, this was the moment where we could have pushed. Instead we are getting raided ever so slightly, losing few villagers. Was it here then? Perhaps? And we didn't manage to destroy the castle with the push that we had. Or we were barely able to destroy the castle. And even here we are afraid of the castle fire, when we should have, like, the skirmishes just appeared. The Halberdia only just appeared. So we were like the civilization AI, giving our opponent a fair fight, which they were expected to win. So doing everything in our power to make it look even, but still aiming to lose. But alright, that was a relieving thing to notice, that we had like all the things. The only things we were lacking were production buildings. Since we had the initiative, we could have pushed the castle forward, the production buildings, with like a couple of more siege rams and few units to support those. So that's good. So that calls for another game if we manage to get this to here we have this really neat. Yeah, now that we failed at our like, if we were able to destroy all these buildings, they wouldn't have had buildings to produce their army from. They would have needed to replenish those, and then it would have been very much free run. Instead, we lost our production buildings that we were lacking in the beginning, like to begin with, and we didn't have enough army to maneuver around this rather weak army of our opponent, since we only have 20 units and half of them are idling here, probably. More or less. But it was surprisingly even fight. So I've come to fear Arena after losing 10 or 15 games there straight. But in this game we had a chance, and I don't see why we wouldn't win a game eventually, even if it happens only due to the fact that our elo gets lower and lower and lower, and eventually we find an opponent who falls to our very clever tricks. And yes, our opponent is floating resources now that they've got their economy set up. So we had this small window to strike, and when that failed, that was it. But alright, I'll take just a quick pause. See you soon. Alright, and here we are, ready to check the statistics. Noticing that we were true to our civilization, creating cavalry archers, even if we were not really able to keep them alive. But, well, that happens. Kill rate ratio more to towards the numbers we are familiar with, starting with 0. Army high, larger than usual, but still lacking. So, but usually this would be like 20, so we can be proud of that. And then what else do we have here? We gave our opponent 4,200 relic gold for free, so kudos to them for utilizing that. And also we were quite even with our imperial timing, so that goes to show that this is no low elo play, but very professional indeed. Villagers we must keep adding them, just a note to self. And our superior APM was overwhelmed by our opponents, so good for them. But still, on average, it would be enough if we made the right calls, like try to force the push when given a chance, for example. Alright, then now let's see how we might be able to approach this. If there's something I have omitted. Now might also be a good time to check whether the microphone works at all. For example, how come this sounds so low? Well, perhaps it's just my ears. Let's hope it's audible to all of you. And please do let me know if that is not the case. Alright, Runestones, we know the drill. Since we have played this once before, and on the Runestones we so far have no bad memories. Hindustanis versus Berbers. Now what does that mean? Remains to be seen. But perhaps we can try to think of something. And these Hindustanis get these camels. And what else do we have? Sheba villagers. How very nice is that? Gulams. I've also heard things about them. Oh, right. No, well, yes. No. So where are the extra sheeps? Where is everybody? Let's find out. Well, so we have played what, 3 arena games today, and all of them were disastrous. Perhaps a bit different sorts of disastrous plays, but still, since one game lasted for eternity after our Portuguese opponent decided to, oh, where are we going? To utilize the power of Feitoria to its fullest and build these bombard towers to secure small slices of the map and the Feitorias to begin with, and then whenever they managed to push half a screen towards the center, a new set of walls and towers emerged, and we failed to create a solid enough push of our own towards their production, that meaning these Feitorias to give us a standing chance. But since we were Malay, we had a chance to utilize. Oh no! To utilize the only food costing swordman line or militia line, two-handed swordman, which was really neat, since it gave us a chance to stay in the game for longer than we would otherwise been able to do. Oh yeah, it was her secondary duty was to add this house, but that she failed to do. Well, next time. Let's see, the second boar was obviously there, so that's where we are heading. Now what else? Yeah, the note to self that we are playing better on arena than we did in the first, well, quite a few games, so that's a nice thing. But there is still quite much work to do, or work to be done. Right, yes. So out of houses, and let's see if we have just enough to. Oh, but we are also missing a building. Right, so that's how we do it now. No more villages, some idle TC time. On purpose, this is a very clever build that we are aiming at, so don't you worry. And off we go. Oh no, lagging. Let's see if everything's fine here. Looks like that. Or at least there's hope. No, 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 no. Can kill the sheep if need be. So coming our way. We managed to do that very well. Now let's try to push the last. Deer and see what happens. Dun, dun, dun. Perhaps an additional house would be nice. Ooh, they were also doing the similar pause, or they have extra soldier, no, extra villager at their disposal. This is also a quite likely thing. Might have just taken place. Right, the deer, our most important asset. And Berbers. Let's create a few archers and see where that takes us. Usually good things follow from that decision, but again, no. Once we've done that, we can carry on with the wood cutting. What else? Oh no. Could still be them, but I'm just afraid. Few extra archers and off we go. Let's find where they are. If there's a chance to find that out. Blitzing right away, and let's forget to create ooh, so they have scouts. Let's have a few extra units then. Perhaps give armor to our units. And few extra spearmen. So we should be able to fight those more or less. But we are going to need the help of a few spearmen, of course. So let's start by cleaning the base. And then carry on with attack. So these spearmen can probably move here. One of them around here, very good. One of them could be here. And now they are run. And then Brian, you can also try to run if you can. And now that should be it. But of course we lost quite a few units that we didn't need to. Especially since our primary army is very close, very nearby, as one might say. We lost our scout and other things, but what's wrong with my hotkeys? I myself have the problem and the one to blame. And they're back. Goodbye, horses. Well, perhaps we can try to give some try to make some reaction out from our opponent with this. Okay, it's a market. So what do we have here? Few extra villages, why not? They might be creating more, but I don't think it's very likely. Remains to be seen though. Few extra archers and then surprise move to the castle aids. Not right away, but as soon as possible. That's the least we can do. Right. Perhaps right about now. Ooh, they built a tower? Well, that's a very unexpected thing to happen. But of course good for us. And still they're going to lose that. Few extra spearmen, just in case. Let's see what happens then. Ah, well. a few extra houses. Would also be a very nice thing to do. And let's see if there's something we can try to find from here. Or at least some idle time is about to happen. The tower has fletching. Well, doesn't bother us too much. Now does it? And of course they were also very close to this next age. Now we have sown our hand here. What do they have? Few houses. So probably there are quite a few knights coming our way soon. So it makes sense to try to upgrade the supporting units even a little. Right, no ballistics as of yet, but just give us a while and we should be getting there. Do we have any? Alright, well, can help there. Sounds like a good idea. So we have been able to kill a few soldiers. Perhaps just a few if we add it to this equation. And do we have enough to secure ourselves additional town center? Would be nice. Dun dun da da, goodbye. It's panic walling here. Losing quite a few units here. And there. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, the tower. Run away! Some losses, but then again we also took some losses here, so it's only fair. Simultaneously we are having few units of our own a bit lost here perhaps. Are we still alive there? We are here, more or less, yes, for the time being. And we still managed to keep a few villagers alive, but that may not have been the most ideal encounter, so it would make sense to look around the minimap more often than we usually do, I reckon. Alright, so where are our woodcutters now? We are still lacking this very neat looking upgrade. That would help us ever so slightly. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, so we lost units that we didn't need to lose, but that is the game, how it's played. And then I think we are slowly letting our opponent back to the if not commanding position, then at least giving them a better chance. I think that we lost some 10 or so villagers without causing any damage to them. So I'm here dancing around the town center. That's what we do. Let's move further a bit. No, not like this. And here they come. It is time for the final battle of elements. And just like that, they secured the base for themselves. Right, let's think for a while what we want to achieve here. Perhaps we could try to improve our visibility a bit. So we could try to get a few camels, for example. That would be nice. And do we expect our opponent to aim for a castle drop? At least that wouldn't surprise me, so I think there's a chance that they might do just that. And are we collecting any? Let's move a few spearmen here, few there. Perhaps we could try to get a little stone for our benefit. Few idols here and there. Oopsie. Oh well. Oh, even a defensive unit of that sort. What else? Let's build those and have a look at our opponent's general direction. Run away and carry on killing there. But due to the tower that they had to invest in, it might be that they are still lacking a few, or that they only just got the town centers that they so wanted to have. But alright, this looks like we can play camels and still do quite well. Let's see what else do they have here. Defensive town center, that's a good idea. And let's go up since we have very little going for us here. Ballistics, very nice. A few camels, why not? And let's see what happens then. An additional town center. Always a good idea. Just to lift the spirits ever so slightly. We better hope that they are not up yet, because otherwise the score difference is really telling a not neat looking story. Let's see. There's always hope, as they say. And we even have the cheaper villagers, so let's try to grab a relic, upgrade our units just ever so slightly. Few pikes could be nice, and then onward. Let's see if there's a chance. I don't know if they have the visibility. We could try to harass them here. Simultaneously, we are under attack. So just people, just you know. We didn't expect this to happen, but indeed it did. And there's this castle on our face on a hill. Let's see if we can prevent that from happening. Well, we may lose a few units here and there, but that still shouldn't be too much, of course, since we have these very no expensive but cheap units. Okay, so their villagers should be around here, right? Let's see if we can catch them. Somewhere around here. Right. What are you planning, you little villagers? We don't care about that too much. And then we could probably just create this trebuchet. Where is that? All right. Run. Run as fast as you can. Do we need for that? 500 gold. Okay. Well, that's happening soon enough. So they probably think that they've got us cornered, but nothing could be further from the truth. Goodbye. You mean trebuchet. So let's see if we have anything new to offer. is there anything? Right, so GG it was. Not certain of the reasons, but perhaps this surprise raid did achieve something. And the fact that the elephant was about to destroy the forward. Exciting game nevertheless. Did we have at our hands? Now first time approximately ever. These goals were really nasty, so the castle positioning was good. Only thing lacking was that if they were able to drive me away from this gold, then I would have been forced to rely on market. Oh well, I still had some gold and few extra idle citizens there as well. Well, units killed, largest army. For once, largest army was ours, but we did have quite convincing eco with several thousands of more resources collected. So just I think this is where it shows very clearly that the ability to utilize resources, make things happen, is not quite there. I think that some other players could have forced the game to end faster than we were able to do against Alcar 24-15. Like the fact that they even had a chance to do this forward castle, get it up, and all to me tells that we weren't on top of the things that happened around us, since when the castle was planted on this hill, we had a handful of soldiers waiting for orders here, and that would have been a really nice moment to save a few villagers of mine when the push came alongside with the castle, if the units weren't there. Now we just later on spent them trying to find the villagers and got a chance to kill a trebuchet. That's good, but if the castle was never finished, then the game would have ended a couple of minutes faster, for example. So situations like that tell me that there are quite a few things that still need attuning to. Let's see then. I think they got more value out of the scout rush that was required, but let's see if there's any takeaways. And I was wrong about, since Runestones doesn't have relics in this number 5 dice format. It just happened to be like that. And the game after that, the Arabia, also had a similar spawn. So it's not segmented in such a way, so it's still a thing worth noticing that there is approximately one in the center and one in each corner. But as we can tell from here, since I was in the corner, no relic can be there. So perhaps given some time, things get easier, meaning that the patterns get more familiar. I get more familiar with the patterns. They didn't have too good of a map in a sense that there's no back foot, so they were open for aggression, such as the one that we post. And here again I'm wondering why people don't wall like that, to give themselves one secure wood or one secured wood line. But then again, perhaps they thought they were in a rush, and at least these houses are built in the further edge of the forest, so to give them some safe space to hack away. It's just like this peninsula here. Now here I'm losing my scout with very little in return. And I could have checked their upgrades, that they had attack upgrade and what else. I could have also checked here, but during the game I don't have that information visible that easily. No, I already had 4 spearmen and 1 on the way, so I just should have positioned them better. And having these archers move here instead of staying here would have saved 1 or 2 villages. Now this was just like, at this point I'm just looking at the, okay, well luckily I have this 1 spearman heading this way, but solidarity is something that we are not very good at with my civilization. So eco kills to 0, and the villager lead already 8 villagers. Due to the fact that we had idled our TC for 2.5 minutes, they only have 1.5 minutes, so 1 minute difference there. We have also done wheelbarrow when we ran out of houses, and that's something that doesn't happen if you house wall your base promptly, as Alcar did. It's very hard to get housed in a setup like this. Pop 120 available to use, whereas we are always barely saving for the next day. But now this early aggression was fine. I think that if they would have a chance to reposition the tower, it would be more like here, to act as an offensive one. But perhaps they were worried that I'd discover that and then deny that with the archers. But still, that delayed any additional town centers a bit, and delayed this castle drop a bit. This single tower, even if I'm also about to lose valuable soldiers to that. And here not being quite sure where the range ends, I'm left wondering. But this is really nice. We are 7 villagers behind, we haven't even queued any. Alright, because we are on our way to Castle Age. We are still able to keep the resources collected somewhat equal. There's only 100 difference, thanks to the idle time caused by the tower building and the few archers. So luckily the wood lines are as pictured. I don't know if I could have pulled my map. Perhaps there was a way, and then I would have had this back line to research to you, which I could have researched to use. No, losing just a few soldiers, nothing of importance. That's the second wood line. Okay, the timing is kind of nice since we are only just moving our archers to that general direction. I have not yet learned to keep good watch on my opponent's resources because we could have scouted at last at this stage, if not earlier, that they only have these forests, or that it seems at least very likely that they only have these forests, because why else would they not utilize the one in the back? And then moving just a few archers around would have given me information about this town center happening. I wouldn't be able to deny that, but there might be a case for killing one or two villagers. Now I've only just managed to kill the first one after all this pressure. Resources collected slightly for my opponent, and here comes the archer split. And now things are a bit more tough in a sense for my opponent, but the right call to leave the base. Yeah, and that's where they are thinking about how to get out. But luckily I was just about to finish the town center, and there was this extra some seconds. Alright, yes, because they blocked the gate with the market later when I pressured the house. So that's why they thought they could leave the base when they actually couldn't. And now, using the same same doorway they opened, we were able to get some eco kills while taking a few losses ourselves as well. So the fact that we got this town center up did really very little for us, and like all of a sudden they are back in the game. Like if I was able to garrison my villagers here promptly, I think that they would have had a very solid case for resigning then and there. Or at least they would have known that they are that much behind. Now what happened is that we are only equal in villager kills, thanks to these 6 knights that were able to kill 19 villagers and perhaps a single pikeman also. And here I'm hoping that they don't have enough resources to build additional town centers, and knowing that they had 1 extra, but luckily they only had 1 extra, because now like I'm happy that my reaction was to add like 20 villagers right away, even if I'm not able to produce them really quickly, because this is where I felt like I'm throwing the game. That I had this really nice early pressure, everything looked nice, and then a minute later I lost 20 villagers without even noticing. Like I couldn't keep count on that, and here I'm about to lose a few more when they all can't fit the town center. And just like that, the damage was dealt, and all the while I have these few pikemen and archer patrolling right next to the base or the town center that's under attack. So army control. Perhaps I should move my zoom out just a bit. It was also nice to notice how much they respected this. Like I was able to deny them from this gold, and this was quite packed because they didn't move the house walls. But I sort of made a mistake by moving out, since by getting a few kills we also lost eventually this army, and so they danced really well just to get track of my units, and I looked away and lost a few units, but like in the end that didn't matter too much, because eventually they would have rushed us in any case, but it just didn't have to happen like that. And I guess the next wave, and this time the reaction is a bit more prompt, even if we still lose, as is our habit. But luckily we have had enough farms, only 15 though, 17 now, as our opponent has had for quite a while, so that we have one, so 10 more villagers working for us, and these 2 pikemen are just enough, since our opponent is only making knights at this point. There's this monk coming out soon, but these are still enough to cause them to add an additional town center. Was it here? So it seems. So this is the 3rd one only now, but they are still on it just... No? There, okay. 9 villagers behind. While I have had this 3,000 lead for some considerable time, I haven't been really able to utilize that. Or one might say that my lead is not as good as it could and perhaps should be. So throwing away 20 villagers here, when I notice that there's a hole in the wall, so someone has escaped from the city. So I knew that, but still didn't take care of my own village and see whether there's something attacking. That's a very sad play. And what else have we here? So we got few extra villager kills. Nothing too major, but still caused some reaction from our opponent. And then sending the next wave of 3 cavalry archers, but this time to another direction, very cunningly. So Genitors have dared to escape the security of the village that they have, and we have 5 theses. Now, something worth mentioning, we have only had a bit under 30 minutes of idle TC time, even though we had 3 TCs for a considerable time. So that was very good. Now that we have 5 TCs, I don't know if I managed to group them all properly. So if I'm ever producing from all of them, it looks like we are not. So there's one that's missing. But at least we have 10 villagers queued to 4,000ers, and that's where we are very swiftly gaining advantage. Our opponent has their 4,000 there, but they are not able to queue villagers. Perhaps they are just saving for the Imperial Age and don't notice the float they're having on the resource bank. Alright, but they also have this counter attack. So this is where the game is to be decided. We only have 500 score lead. And luckily at the point when our score was much lower than theirs, they weren't up to Imperial Age back then. So here we have this only 3 camels, but still. Would have been nice to have them around. And then we have the defensive castle forcing a reaction. Now the camels would come in handy, because we are going to lose quite a few villagers to this. And we could have also sent the camels in now, when half of their huge armies is killing our units. But now Alcar has this eco kills going for them, and I still haven't queued a trebuchet, even though we are on the 4th age and we just got a reason to create a castle. Now we are finally using our forces, right? We have these as well. And there's a monk heading our way. Just when we almost are in. Okay. And here we are slowing the production building process at least a bit. And utilizing the tech we soon are. Trebuchet on the way. Finally. And then we get some siege to support that. Not too much army, even though we could have and should have added. Well, camels we have, but having a few pikemen would make sense. Since we have wood and food. But that is not something that we are doing. And here comes the cavalry archers. Very passively dancing around the Genidor. And then our jump to the trebuchet is just enough. Since even though there are villagers repairing, our camels manage to get rid of that and also kill a villager or 2 perhaps. At least make them think twice about their plans. And here comes the finishing blow. But still, this was a really... perhaps we got a few villager kills here, yeah. So it took them a while to realize this. And when this was happening, it was a GG moment. Perhaps had more to do with this, that they don't have good response to this. They had monks around, so... But well, it's still, once you go back to your village and notice that there are handful of villagers dead and you haven't noticed that, and the trebuchet is going down, even though they were floating resources, as is a tendency for some of us to do, they saw it better to call it quits. But GG, and a nice way to end a stream that started really nicely from the gaming perspective, but after a rough run on Arena, 3 or 4 matches perhaps, all lost, some very time consuming way, or in very time consuming fashion. It was nice to end this stream with a win, even if we had some, well, questionable statistics, as you can tell. Army high slightly better, but still throwing away units as we used to do. Villagers max, yeah. Very nice APM for this hour too, but leaves still some room for improvement. So let's have a look. What do we have here? This was the 10th day of our streaming, so congrats on all. We have played a few games and we have focused on not losing units left and right, even if the mid game and end game are still hard. Early game too as well sometimes. We have tried to spend resources, at least we have noticed during the game that we are floating and not just through the recordings usually. So that's good. We have analyzed most of the games, not the tower defense arena one, but I think all the rest we have watched. We have rejoiced ever so slightly and made friends, hopefully, even if the room for friend making has been slightly smaller in this stream than in some of the past ones. But thanks you all for sticking by and for the commentaries. We have actually even created fishing traps in the Black Forest map. I almost forgot about that. Game sense improvements, yes. And if chat messages were lost, then feel free to tell me in the comments. I'm gonna find another way to do that. I'm so sorry about that in any case. Our microphone may have functioned throughout this entire stream, but we might maybe find out. By listening to the stream now, I can verify that it didn't. So there's something copyright at the moment. I'll be back. So does this work? Alright, so at some point, for some reason, our encoding gets overloaded, and that's when the connection to this external audio interface of mine gets dizzy, and that's when our voice cracks down. So perhaps we will have to go through the settings one more time. So we didn't get through whole stream without problems, but hopefully they haven't lasted for too many minutes or hours. Fix now for some time. Oh, even this tells us that this is a bit unstable stream. Average stream bitrate too high. Well, that's something for us to study then. But thanks to you all who suffered with us through this session and stint, and in the future things will be getting only better since now we have a camera and all. So how could it go any other way? That would be all. Thanks for tuning in and see you in the future. Bye bye.